Good morning.
Morning, my Lord.
Your worship, the registrar, could we please have a prayer?
Pastor Henry.
Your worship. My name is Henry Muguluma. I'm one of the pastors here at Ggaba Community Church. Before I lead you in prayer, allow me to read you a scripture. It comes from the book of Psalms, chapter 121. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. Father, we thank you so much for this far that you have brought us. These have been tough times, and they still are for many of us. But we thank you because of your grace and faithfulness. We lift our eyes to you, Lord, because you are the maker of all things. We put today into your hands. We put our judge into your hands. We put all the lawyers and everyone present into your hands. We put this case again and the judgment into your hands. We put the parents, the church and the community people, all of them into your hands. We know that when we trust you, you are faithful. Give us the calmness we need. Give us the peace we need. Give us the ability to respect the decision that is being made here today. We thank you because you're faithful. Give us good weather, Lord. We refuse every confusion. We refuse every chaos. It will not prevail. Your justice will prevail. Your presence will prevail. Your glory will prevail. We welcome the court of heaven to take over this place. With the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Criminal Station Case number 132 of 2026, Uganda versus Christopher Okello Onyum.
it pleases my Lord, appearance for the prosecution. My name is Jonathan Morganya. I jointly appear with Ms. Anna Kiza. We both chief state attorneys. Our colleagues on watching brief are Mr. Stanley Okello, Mr. Pius Katumba Usobozi, and Mr. Roger Mugabe. My Lord, accused is in court, and Ms. Sarah Awero and Mr. Richard Kumbuga represent him. The three assessors are also in court. My Lord, the matter is for judgment and we are ready to receive it.
Good morning once again. Okay, this judgment relates to a criminal hearing conducted at a mobile court convened at the Ggaba Community Church grounds located at Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinde Division, Kampala District. In accordance with the Constitution, Operation of Mobile Courts Practice Directions 2026, the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda appointed me to operate the mobile court by an instrument of appointment dated 9 April 2026.
Eno judgment okiiko omulamuzi kyagenda okusoma eva ku kooti ng'ebadde etuula ku Ggaba Community Church ng'esangibwa Ggaba mu Makinde Division mu Kampala District. Ate waliwo ekiragiro ekiva mu Constitution Mobile Court Guidelines ekya 2026 nga Ssaabalamuzi yamuwa ekiwandiiko ekimulagira okuwulira omusango guno eyakiwandiika nga 9 Ogwokuna 2026.
The accused person is indicted on 4 counts of murder contrary to sections 171 and 172 of the Penal Code Act, chapter 120.
Omuwawaabirwa bamuvunaana emisango 4 ate nga gyonna gya butemu nga kimenya amateeka mu kiragiro ky'ebibonerezo akawayiro 171 ne 172.
In count 1, murder contrary to sections 171 and 172, it is alleged that Christopher Okello Onyum, on the 2nd day of April 2026, at Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinde Division, Kampala District, with Malice aforethought, unlawfully caused the death of a Teku Gideon.
Omusango ogusooka bamuvunaana omusango gw'obutemu nga kigambirwa nti n'ennaku z'omwezi 2 Ogwokuna 2026 Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center ng'esangibwa Ggaba, Christopher Okello Onyum yatta Teku Gideon.
Count 2, murder contrary to sections 171 and 172 of the Penal Code Act. It is alleged that Christopher Okello Onyum, on the 2nd day of April 2026, at Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinde Division, Kampala District, with Malice aforethought, unlawfully caused the death of Keisha Adenoro Otim.
Omusango gw'okubiri nagwo gwa butemu nga kigambirwa nti ng'ennaku z'omwezi 2 Ogwokuna 2026 Ggaba Early Childhood Center ng'esangibwa Ggaba Makinge Division, Kampala District, Christopher Okello yatta Keisha Agenworth Otim.
In count 3, it is also murder contrary to sections 171 and 172 of the Penal Code Act, Cap 128, and it is alleged that Christopher Okello Onyum, on the 2nd day of April 2026 at Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinge Division, Kampala District, with Malice aforethought unlawfully caused the death of Seriange Diminished.
Omusango gwokusatu nagwo gwa butemu nga kigambirwa nti ng'ennaku z'omwezi 2 Ogwokuna 2026 Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center Christopher Okello nga alina ekigendererwa yatta Seriange Ignatius.
And count 4, murder contrary to sections 171 and 172 of the Penal Code Act. It is alleged that Christopher Okello on the 2nd day of April 2026 at Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinge Division, Kampala District, with Malice aforethought unlawfully caused the death of Odeke Ryan.
Omusango gw'okuna nagwo gwa butemu nga kigambirwa nti ng'ennaku z'omwezi 2 Ogwokuna 2026 ku Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center esangibwa Ggaba Makinge Division mu Kampala, Christopher Okello ng'alina ekigendererwa yatta Odeke Ryan.
And when this matter came up, the prosecution was represented by Mr. Jonathan Muwaganya and Ms. Anna Kiza, both chief state attorneys for the Director of Public Prosecutions, while the accused person was represented by Mr. Kogza Richard and Mr. Wero Sarah on state brief. And on watching brief, we had, on behalf of the families of the deceased children, we had Mr. Stanley Okello, Mr. Roger Mugabe, and Mr. Pius Katumba Busobozi from James Advocates. And I know that both counsel for the accused person and the prosecution made oral submissions citing court decisions which I have considered and relied upon this judgment.
Ng'omusango ogutandika oludda olwabi lwaleeta omuwaabi wa gavumenti gwe bayita Muwaganya Jonathan ne Anna Kiza, ate oludda l'omuwaabi waliwo Kumbuga Richard ne Sarah Awero ng'abo gavumenti yabawa omuwaabirwa, ate nga waliwo balooya bajja olwa family z'abaana abaafa. Asooka waliwo Stanley, owokubiri Roger Mugabi, owokusatu Pius Katumba, ate nti oluvannyuma lw'okuwulira obujulizi balooya enjuyi zonna bawumbawumba obujulizi ne boogera ne ku mateeka ge bagenderako ate kooti ebutunuulidde.
From the facts of the case as laid before this court, this is what I find to be the prosecution case. That the deceased persons, namely Ezeku Gideon, aged 2 years and 6 months, Keisha Agenworth Otim, aged 1 year and 11 months, Ignatius Seriange, aged 2 years and 4 months, and Odeke Ryan, aged 1 year and 3 months, were under the care of Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, and in this case I will keep referring to it as the center. It's a daycare facility under the management of Ggaba Community Church at Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinge Division, Kampala District. And Ggaba Early Childhood Development Project is run by Ggaba Community Church and operated at Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, located at Ggaba Trading Zone, Ggaba Parish, Makinge Division, Kampala District.
Oludda olwabi lwaleeta obujulizi okulaga nti abaana bano abana asooka Ezeku yali wa myaka 2 n'emyezi 6, owokubiri Keisha yali wa mwaka gumu n'emyezi 11, owokusatu Seriange yali wa myaka 2 n'emyezi 4, asembayo Odeke Ryan yali wa mwaka gumu n'emyezi 3, nga bonna baali mu ssomero erya Ggaba Childhood Development Center, ate ajja kusigala ng'akisoma nga center, ate nga essomero lino liri wansi wa church eya Ggaba Community Church nga esangibwa Ggaba mu Makinge Division, Kampala District.
Keisha Agenworth was female by the 3 deceased persons were made, the other two were made. The center was founded by Ggaba Community Church and operates a daycare and an early childhood program for the vulnerable and malnourished children who are identified from the community. The children under the daycare program pay some money, while those ones, the vulnerable, do not pay. The initial Seriango video who are among the vulnerable, while Okello and Tisha again work or team were under the daycare program.
Keisha yali mwana muwala abalala baali balenzi nga bonna essomero lino lyali wansi wa church eya Ggaba Community Church ate nga baali balina daycare ate n'okutuumirawo abaana abaali batalina mwasirizo nga babajanga mu bantu ne babalabirira ate nga bagamba baali mu daycare baali basasula ate be bajanga mu bantu nga tebasasula.
Christopher Okello who I will keep referring to as the accused person going forward, he is a male adult, an American citizen by nationality and Ugandan by birth. He holds 2 American passports, and those passports were admitted in court as exhibits.
Omuwawaabirwa bamuyita Christopher Okello era tujja kusigala nga tumuyita muwawaabirwa nga musajja mukulu mutuuze wa America naye nga bamuzaalira mu Uganda alina passport 2 nga za America ate zonna bazireeta mu receipt.
On 31st March 2026, the accused person hired a motor vehicle RAV4 for self-drive. On Wednesday, the accused person drove from Namgela Cross, Chandra, where he was residing, to the center, where he met one of the caretakers in Speedy Namtedi, who testified as PW6.
Ennaku z'omwezi 31 ogw'okusatu muwawaabirwa yapangisa emmotoka kika kya RAV4 ng'agenda gyevugira era nga lumu ogwokuna 2026 yavuga okuva Namugera Cross ekyanja gye yali abeera n'atuuka ku ssomero eryo erya senta n'asinkana omukyala gwe bayita Phoebe.
She testified as the prosecution witness number 6.
Ate yajja n'awa obujulizi ng'omujulizi w'omukaaga ku lw'oludda olwabiri.
The accused person remained outside the gate, and Miss Namtedi went to the gate to find out whether he needed help. And the accused person informed her that he had a child, aged 3 years, and required an admission for her.
Okutuusa Phoebe lwe yagenda n'amubuuza oba asobola okumuyamba. Bwe yamubuuza n'amuddamu nti yali alina omwana w'emyaka 3 yali ayagala kumuyingiza essomero era n'amubuulira biki byali byetaagisa kwe kugamba nti agenda kugenda yeetegeke akomewo.
The next day, the 2nd of April 2026, at about 11 a.m., the accused person returned to the center, and when Namtedi saw him, she went to the gate, and the accused person informed her that he had returned to make the payments as he had promised the previous day. PW6 opened the gate for the accused person and brought him to the office of the coordinator of the center, known as Miss Annette Odong Agoye, who testified as PW7.
Ntinga biri ogw'omusanvu biri ogwokuna 2026 ssaawa nga 5 ez'okumakya omuwaabirwa yakomawo n'atuuka ku geeti. Phoebe n'amulaba, bwe yamulaba n'amugamba nti yali aze kusasula era n'amugulirawo geeti n'amutwala mu ofiisi yali akulira sente eyo gwe bayita Annette Adong era yajja wano okuwa obujulizi ng'omujulizi w'omusanvu ku lw'oludda olwabi.
Miss Namtedi introduced the accused to Miss Annette and informed her of their encounter and conversation the previous day. Miss Odong welcomed him and also interviewed him pertaining to the details of the child to be enrolled. The accused person inquired about the requirements and he was informed that he needed to pay a total of Uganda shillings 190,000, which would cover the registration, daycare fees, and uniform.
nti Phoebe yayanjulira omuwabirwa n'amuwanjulira Anet n'amugamba nti baali boogedde ejjo era oli n'amwaniriza n'amubuuza ebikwata ku mwana gwe yali aleeta era n'amala n'amubuulira biki byali byetaagisa n'amugamba nti yali alina okusasula emitwalo 19 nga giriko egy'okumuwandiisa omwana kuliko ejja Daycare n'eza uniform.
The accused person, who said he had no cash on him, asked whether he could pay using mobile money, and he did so on the telephone number of Miss Annette.
Nti yagamba yali tatambudde na ssente nkalu n'asaba nti ssente aziteeke ku mobile money era n'aziteeka ku mobile money ya Annette.
PW7, that is Annette, asked PW6 to issue the accused person with a receipt, and the same was issued to him, and it was receipt number 2958 in the name of Zuriel Onyum.
Nti Annette kwe kusaba Phoebe nti amuwandiikire risiiti era n'awandiika risiiti nga yali mu mannya ga Zuriel Onyum.
The accused then left the office promising to return with the child and the mother on Tuesday the following week, and I take notice that this was the week of Easter and the next working day was Tuesday of the following week.
Nti era yavaawo n'abasuubiza nti agenda kujja n'omwana ne maama w'omwana wiiki eddako olwokubiri era Oweekitiibwa Omulamuzi alabye nti yali wiiki ya Easter n'olwekyo olunaku olulala lw'okukola lwali lwakubiri.
The accused person then walked out heading towards the gate as Miss Namteri, who was still in the office of Miss Annette, bent down to keep the receipt booklet in the drawer.
Era yatambula ng'adda ku geeti Namteri yali asigadde mu ofiisi ng'akyateeka risiiti mu drawer.
At that time, some children were in the compound playing, and as Miss Namteri rose up to look towards the gate so as to go and open for the accused person to exit the center, she saw the accused person bending while holding a child, and she thought that he was beating the child. She ran outside to establish why he was beating the child, only to reach there and find that the accused person, who was holding a knife, had already cut the neck of one child, and this child was Keisha.
Nti bwe yabadde afuluma abaana abamu baali wabweru nga bazannya nti era Phoebe bwe yagenda okusituka ng'agamba agenda aggulewo geeti omuwabirwa afulume n'atunuulira mu ddirisa n'alaba ng'omuwabirwa akuttamye ng'akuta omwana n'asooka n'alowooza nti oli yali akuba omwana n'adduka kumubuuza lwaki yali akuba omwana n'asanga nga yali alina akambe ng'amaze okusala Keisha.
And she was lying in a pool of blood. And the accused person at that time was reaching out for another child.
Yali mu musaayi, yali mu kisaba ky'omusaayi ate omuwabirwa yali agenda ku mwana omulala.
Miss Phoebe asked the accused person why he was cutting the children, and she also threw one of the children's bicycles, which were in the compound, at him to scare him off. The accused person left the child and ran after her, threatening to cut her as well.
Nti Phoebe bwe yamubuuza lwaki yali asala abaana n'amukanyira n'akagaali abaana ke bali bazanyisa n'asooka n'akaleka n'adduka n'amugoba n'adduka.
Miss Phoebe ran away from the accused person while making an alarm, but she fell down, and the accused person ran back to the children very fast. And by the time Miss Phoebe returned to prevent or stop him from cutting the children, she found when he had cut the second child, and she again threw a bicycle at him as he was pursuing the third child.
Nti bwe yamugoba oli n'adduka ng'akuba emiranga oluvannyuma n'agwa. Bwe yamala okugwa ono n'addayo mangu n'adda ku baana n'akwata omwana ow'okubiri n'amusala.
The accused person again ran after Miss Phoebe, and when she fell down, he drew the knife, threatening to cut her as well.
Nti era n'amukanyugira akabugaala akalala, bwe yakamuganyugira oli n'addamu n'amugoba n'adduka era yagenda okulaba ng'akuta omwana omulala.
The accused person then left Miss Phoebe and went back to the children, and when she rose up, she found him cutting the last child, and the last child to be cut was Odeke Ryan.
nti era yamala n'amuleka oli bwe yagwa n'agenda okusutuka n'asanga ng'asaza omwana owasembayo ate yali asembayo bali bamuyita Odeke Ryan.
At that time, Miss Annette, who also witnessed the cutting of some of the children together with other caretakers, were making alarms which attracted one Cyrus Bukenya, who arrested the accused person. He was joined by Moses, the security guard, Bashir, and Timothy. When he was being arrested, the accused person threw the knife over the chain link fence. The accused was immediately locked up in the guardhouse at the gate to keep him away from the angry crowd which had formed at that time. And upon his arrest, the accused person was found with 2 new knives in his socks, and they were recovered from him.
Nti Annette naye yali alabye nga asala abaana abamu ne keyateeka omulala eyaliwo bakuba enduulu, era bwe bakuba enduulu Cyrus Bukenya, Moses eyali omukuumi, Bashir ne Timothy bajja. Bwe bamala okujja oli n'abalaba n'asuula akambe n'akasuula wabweru wa geeti, era ne bamukwata ne bamugayira mu kayumba ak'omukuumi nga bamutaasa abantu abaali batandise okujja. Era bwe bamukwata ne basanga nga yali alina obwambe bubiri bupya mu stockings ze.
3 of the attacked children, namely Eteku Gideon, Kisha Ageno Roto Tim, and Ignitia Seryange, were rushed to Wenzi Medical Center, which is about 300 meters away from the center, hoping to save their lives. However, they were pronounced dead on arrival.
Abaana abasatu Eteku, Keisha ne Seryange babatwala ku ddwaliro lya Wenzi Medical Center nga balowooza bayinza okubataasa, naye bwe baatuuka ne bagamba nti bali bafudde.
Ryan Odeke, who was clearly dead, was left at the veranda but was also later taken to Wenzi Medical Center by police.
Ryan Odeke eyali asigadde naye nga yali afudde, baali bamulese ku kabalaza naye oluvannyuma naye bamutwala ku ddwaliro lya Wenzi.
The dead bodies of the 4 children were then taken to Mulago, Kampala, capital city mortuary by police, and post-mortem examinations were done on them by Dr. Katongole Abdul, who described the injuries on all the bodies of the 4 children to have been on the necks, and concluded that the cause of death for the 4 children was hypovolemic shock due to deep cut injuries to the neck.
Nti emirambo gino oluvannyuma bagitwala e Mulago mu ggwanika, era omusawo gwe bayita Katongole n'akebera emirambo n'annyonnyola nti bonna baali balina obuvunne mu bulago, ate n'agamba nti ekyabaviirako okufa babafumita nnyo ne bavaamu omusaayi mungi.
The police officers from Kabalagala Division of Police visited the center, which they termed as the primary scene of crime, and recovered the killer knife and the 2 other knives and a backpack which was also recovered of the accused person, picked some suspected blood from the compound, among others.
Nti abasirikale ba poliisi e Kabalagala bagenda mu kifo ekyo we batira abaana ne bajjayo obwambe bwe basangawo, ne bajjayo n'ensawo omuwawaabirwa gye yali alina, era ne batwalako n'omusaayi gwali mu luggya.
The samples recovered were subjected to DNA analysis and the report was admitted in evidence.
Nti omusaayi ogwo bagutwala ne bagukebera, era ebyava mu kukebera babireeta ng'obujulizi.
The police officers also removed the accused person from the guardhouse at the center amidst the angry crowd which desired to lynch him, and they took him to Kabalagala police station.
Omuwawaabirwa bamugya mu kayumba k'omukuumi, era ne bamukuuma abantu abaali batuusawo nga bagala kumutta ne bamutwala ku poliisi e Kabalagala.
On 3rd April 2026, the accused person led the investigating team to his house, which he had rented in Chanja at Namgera Close, Katumba Zone. A search was conducted in the accused's house, and a number of items were recovered, which included electronic devices, 2 laptops, 4 phones, and 3 hard drives, which were subjected to forensic analysis, and a digital analysis report was also admitted as evidence.
nga 3 Ogwokuna 2026 omuwawaabirwa yakulemberamu abali banoonyereza omusango guno n'abatwala mu nnyumba ye gye yali apangisa ekyanja era bwe bayingira ennyumba ne bajjaaza bajjamu ebintu nga laptop 2 amasimu n'ebintu ebirala.
The other items recovered were 2 American passports, a driver's license from the state of Virginia, a sanity report dated 30th December 2025, and 5 new knives, among others.
Nti ebintu ebirala bye bajjamu passports 2 ez'Amerika, bajjamu permit wa driving permit, ne bajjamu obwambe 5, ne bajjamu ne report gye bali bamuwandiikidde okuva mu ddwaliro nga bagamba omutwe gwe gwali gukola bulungi.
The accused was examined on police form 24 by Dr. Emmanuel Nwamanya, who testified as PW11, and he was found to be mentally normal. It was upon that background that the accused was indicted for murder in 4 counts, hence this case. Nti omuwawaabirwa bamutwala ne bamukebera, ate yamukebera yali musawo gwe bayita Emmanuel Nwamanya, era yajjanga omujulizi w'oludda olwali ow'okumi oluvannyuma ne bamuteekako emisango 4 gya butemu. Okay. The accused person gave an unsworn statement and called 2 witnesses in his defense. He had mentioned 4 witnesses but provided only the telephone numbers but without any physical address. Only 2 witnesses were reached using the telephone numbers provided by the accused person, and efforts to trace the 2 were futile because the phone numbers were not on.
Nti omuwawaabirwa yayogera nga talayidde era n'aleeta abajulizi 2, yali asabye okuleeta abajulizi 4 naye nga tataddeeko wa gye bali babeera, n'ateekako amasimu gaabwe gokka. Okukuba amasimu 2 be basobola okujja, 2 amasimu gaabwe gali tegaliiko.
It is important to note here that one of the 2 numbers that he had provided that could not be reached was an American number.
Naye tulina okumanya nti mu masimu ago 2 emu yali ya America.
In his defense, the accused person did not deny killing the 4 children, but stated that he did not act intentionally or deliberately.
Mu kwewozaako teyagaana nti omusango teyagukola, wabula yagamba nti teyagukola mu bugenderere.
He stated that although there were claims that he was completely mentally okay, there may have been other mental challenges that may have gone undetected and could have contributed to the death of the children.
Agamba nti wadde bagamba nti omutwe gwe gwali gukola bulungi, naye wayinza okubaawo ebintu ebirala bye bataalaba okulaga nti biyinza okuba nga bye byamuviirako okutta abaana abo.
He said he was not mentally okay, and he also denied being foul-minded in the killing of the children.
Agamba nti omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi era agamba nti si ye yeeyagalira okutta abaana bano.
In respect to this, he referred to the book about war, which was part of the evidence of PW18, the digital analyst, who analyzed his flash disk and found that he had saved a book entitled The Art of War by Sun Tzu. The accused person stated that he saved that file long before, and it cannot be said to apply to the killing of the children.
Nti waliwo ekitabo omujulizi ow'okumi-na-mukaaga olw'oludda olwabiri kyeyayogera. Omujulizi ow'okumi-na-munaana yayogera ku kitabo ky'olutalo era n'agamba nti ono yali yakiteeka ku flash ye, n'agamba nti ekyo kitabo yali yakiteekako edda tekisobola kubeera nga kyekyaviirako okutta abaana bano.
He also denied being deliberate and with forethought while making reference to the prosecution evidence of PW18, which revealed that using his phone, the accused person had made Google searches on subjects including ISIS beheading and for schools that teach young children. He said that although these searches suggest that he did it deliberately, there were factors that forced him to conduct them.
Nti ye yagaana ekyokugamba nti abaana bano yabatta nga kigenderedde n'agamba nti omujulizi ow'okumunana yagamba nti yakozesa essimu ye okukebera ebikwata ku ekitongole ekitema emitwe gy'abantu kibayita ISIS ng'anoonyereza ku masomero g'abaana abato n'agamba nti
he said that although these searches suggest that he did it deliberately, there were other factors that forced him to conduct those searches.
Nti wadde bagamba nti bino byanoonyerezaako ebyamuleetera okutta abaana abo, waliwo ebintu ebirala ebyamuleetera okutta abaana.
During his testimony, the accused person further stated that he was under the control of some people whom he occasionally called friends, and that they fell into three categories. He stated that between January and March 2026, he entered an especially distressing period because he was contending with some people who were surveilling him, making many demands of him, and threatening to kill him. They began demanding money, and he noticed that they had all the capabilities. As a result, he left the Bunga neighborhood where he was staying and began sleeping on the streets.
Nti omuwawabirwa yagamba nti bino byonna yabikola olw'ensonga nti waliwo abantu be yali ng'alaba engeri ssatu be yannyonnyolako n'agamba nti wakati wa January n'omwezi ogwokusatu yali mu kiseera ky'okwennyamira era ng'agamba abantu abo bamusabanga ebintu bingi ne bamusaba ssente ne bamugamba nti bagenda kumutta era n'ava mu kitundu kye yali abeeramu n'agenda n'atandika okubeera ku luguudo.
He stated that because of this, he tried to end it some way and somehow, and according to him, he tried several things to bring the whole thing to an end, including fleeing the country, robbing a bank, and killing his brother's family. He then concluded by saying that those said people whose names he chose not to disclose to the court influenced his actions of the 2nd of April 2026. He concluded his testimony by inviting the court not to honor the charges for murder against him because there were some circumstances that forced him to act the way he did on 2nd April 2026, and this is the date of the unfortunate incident.
Nti yatuuka ekiseera ng'ayagala kubikomekereza n'agezaako okwagala kuva mu ggwanga n'agezaako okubba bbanka era n'agezaako n'okutta famire ya muganda we n'agamba nti abantu abo batayogera mu kooti be bamuviirako okutta abaana abo oba bye byamuviirako ebyo byatuukawo nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026.
Okay, there is a burden and standard of proof. This is known. The prosecution bears the burden to prove all the ingredients of the offense, or in 4 counts, beyond reasonable doubt. And I will skip that and I go to the ingredients of the offense of murder.
Oludo olwabi lulina obuvunaanyizibwa okuleeta obujulizi obumala.
Section 171 of the Penal Code Act, Chapter 128, which defines the offense of murder, provides that any person who, with malice aforethought, causes the death of another person by an unlawful act or omission commits murder.
Nti amateeka gagamba nti omuntu yenna ng'alina ekigendererwa n'atta omuntu mu bunenyi bw'amateeka aba attemudde omuntu.
For the accused person to be convicted of murder, the prosecution must prove each of the following essential ingredients beyond reasonable doubt. 1, death of a human being, that the death was caused by some unlawful act, that the unlawful act was actuated by malice aforethought, and that it is the accused person who caused the unlawful acts of death.
Nti oludda olwabi lulina okuleeta obujulizi okukakasa nti mu butuufu waliwo okufa, nti okufa okwo kwali kumenya amateeka, nti ate okufa okwo nti yakukola yali alina ekigendererwa, era abalina okuleeta obujulizi nga bulaga nti omuntu ali mu kooti ye yazza emisango gino.
I will discuss all the 4 counts together because they are supported by the same evidence. However, the third ingredient of the unlawful act being actuated by malice aforethought shall be addressed last.
Nti emisango gyonna ajja kugyogerako mulundi gumu okuggyako ekigendererwa kyagenda okwogerako kyokka nga kyawukanye n'ebiri.
And I will do it last.
Kyagenda okusembyayo.
death of a human being or human beings. Death may be proved by production of a postmortem report or evidence of witnesses who state that they knew the deceased and attended the burial, also the dead body. And in the instant case, the fact that the infants Eteku, Gideon, Keisha, Ageno Roth, or Tim, Ignatia, Seriang, and Odeke Ryan are dead is not in dispute. And in proof of this, the prosecution adduced the evidence of Dr. Katongole Abdul, who performed the postmortem examinations on the bodies of the 4 children, and he confirmed that they were dead. The parents of these children, namely Apollo Stella is the mother of Eteku Gideon, Komakech Marvin is the father of Kisha, and Bazia Rollins is the father of Seriange, and Okurutu Simon is the father of Ryan Odeke. They all confirmed that their children died and they were buried.
Basobola okulabira ku baluwa omusawo gy'awandiika nga bamaze okukebera emirambo obujulizi bw'abantu abaali bamanyi abantu bano ate ne babaziika bagamba nti Eteku, Keisha, Seryange ne Odeke okufa kwabwe bonna tebakuwakanya kubanga omusawo gwe bayita Katongole yakola ripooti nga kakasa nti abaana bano baafa ate n'abazadde b'abaana bonna bajja ne bawa obujulizi ne bakakasa nti abaana bano baafa.
Also, the evidence of one of the caretakers, Miss Namtevi Phoebe, and the coordinator of the center, Miss Aneta Goye, who were the eyewitnesses to the attack on the children that resulted in their death, also confirmed that they are dead. And the prosecution also adduced the evidence of the divisional CID officer Kabalagala, called Esserite James. He testified as PW 15, and the scenes of crimes officer, he testified as PW 14. They testified that they saw the bodies of the 4 children.
Nti Phoebe ne Annette be baaliwo nga balaba omuwawabirwa ng'asala abaana abo ne kibaviirako okufa era bajja mu kooti ne bakakasa nti abaana bali bafudde era ne baleeta abajulizi ow'15 n'ow'14. Ow'15 yakulira okunoonyereza emisango mu Kabalagala ne baleeta n'oyagenda gye bakoledde emisango era ne bakakasa nti bwe baatuuka mu kifo ekyo balaba abaana abo nga bafudde.
Having considered the evidence and in agreement with the joint opinion of the 3 assessors, I find that the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the 4 infants, namely Eteku Gideon, Kisha Agenoroth Tim, Seriang Ignatius, and Odeke Ryan are dead.
Okusinziira ku bujulizi akaanyiza ne ba assessor bwe bagambye nga bagamba nti abaana bana Eteku, Keisha, Seriange ne Odeke baafa.
Also, the fact that the death was unlawful is also not disputed, given the account of the eyewitnesses to the offense and the nature of the injuries on the bodies of the 4 children.
Nekyokugamba nti oba baafa mu bumenyi bw'amateeka nakyo tebakiwakanya olw'ensonga nti waliwo obujulizi bwabo abaaliwo ne balaba ate n'ebiwundu abaana be baabasanga nabyo.
And having considered the evidence and in agreement with the joint opinion of the 3 assessors, I find that the prosecution has also proved this ingredient beyond reasonable doubt, that Eteku Gideon, Keisha Agenoroth, Otim, Seriang Ignatius, and Odeke Ryan, their death was caused by an unlawful act.
N'olwekyo Oweekitiibwa Omulamuzi akaanyiza ne ba assessor be baamuwabula nga bagamba nti Eteku, Keisha, Seriange ne Odeke nti omukufa kwabo kwali kumenya amateeka n'olwekyo obujulizi bumala okulaga nti mu butuufu abaana bano baafa mu bumenyi bw'amateeka.
The participation of the accused person, in order to prove participation, there should be credible, direct or circumstantial evidence placing the accused person at the scene of the crime as an active participant in the commission of the offense.
Ekyokulaga nti oba omuwawaabirwa ali mu kooti eyaza omusango balina okuleeta obujulizi obulaga nti omuntu ono ye yatta abantu bano obuliwo oba obujulizi obwetoolodde embeera ezaaliwo.
And in the instant case that the participation of the accused person is not contested because the accused person himself did not deny having killed these children.
Nti mu musango guno obanga ye yatta abaana owawaabirwa takiwakanisa.
I will proceed to also to look at the evidence that the prosecution produced to support the fact that it was the accused person who killed these 4 children. The offense occurred in broad daylight, specifically at 11 a.m. or thereabout. The accounts of the eyewitnesses to the crime, namely Miss Phoebe Namtebi and Miss Annette Odong Agoye, the caretaker and coordinator respectively, revealed that the accused person with whom they had just been interacting in the office of Miss Annette was seen gruesomely and brutally cutting the 4 children with a sharp knife, which he threw out of the chain link fence upon seeing the first responders to the scene.
Nti kkooti egenda kutunuulira obujulizi oludda oluwaabi bwe bwaleeta era n'agamba nti ebintu bino byaliwo emisana zaali ssaawa 5 ez'okumakya nti ate waliwo abajulizi abaaliwo ne balaba nga Phoebe ne Annette ng'abo bona bakolera essomero eryo ate ne bagamba nti omuwawaabirwa baali boogera naye era nga yali yakafuluma era ne bamulaba nga asala abaana abo oluvannyuma n'asuula akambe wabweru w'eggeeti.
The prosecution further adduced the evidence of the scenes of crimes officer, Mr. Mutaka Jim, his PW14, and Esserite James, the lead investigator, PW15, who testified to the effect that they responded and went to the center, which they referred to as the primary scene, and they found that the accused person had already been arrested by the first responders and was being kept in the guardhouse to keep him away from the angry mob that wanted to lynch him. PW15 Esserite James then rearrested him and took him to Kabalagala police station.
Nti baleeta omujulizi ow'okuminabana ng'oyo yagenda mu bifo bye bazizaamu emisango bamuyita Mutaka Jim era ne baleeta n'omujulizi owa15 yeyo yakulira ebyokunoonyereza emisango ku poliisi y'e Kabalagala era nti badduka ne batuuka mu kifo ekyo bwe batuuka ne basanga omuwawaabirwa baali bamaze okumukwata nga bamuterese mu kayumba k'omukuumi nga bamutaasa ku bantu abaali baagala kumukuba era oluvannyuma omujulizi owa 15 n'addamu n'amukwata n'amutwala ku poliisi.
The prosecution also adduced forensic evidence that implicates the accused person by placing him at the scene of the crime, namely evidence of AIP Odongo Emmanuel. He is a CCTV analyst, and he testified that police CCTV cameras on the roads and some private CCTV cameras showed that a motor vehicle RAV4 was seen being driven from Chanja, where the accused person was residing, through Nakawa until it reached Renewal Circle in Ggaba, where it was captured by the private camera of Renewal Circle on 1st April 2026.
Era baleeta obujulizi obulala obw'abakakensa ne baleeta omuserikale gwe bayita AIP Odong Emmanuel ng'ono yeekebejja zi CCTV kamera oba kamera ez'okukubo era n'agamba nti mu kwekebejja yalaba emmotoka ekika kya RAV4 nga baagivuga kuva e Chanja bayita Nakawa ne batuuka ku Renewal Circle era ne kamera ya ku Renewal Circle n'emukwata nga 1/4/2026.
And this court takes judicial notice that the Renewal Circle, which is part of the Ggaba Community Church Complex, is directly behind the center.
Ate kooti eraba nti Renewal Circle nayo eri kumpi ne kanisa ya Ggaba Community Church ate eri kumpi n'essomero lino.
Upon parking the motor vehicle in the parking yard of Renewal Circle, the accused person was seen alighting from the vehicle and walking towards the center. This corroborates the evidence of PW6 Miss Phoebe, who testified that the accused person had come to the center on the 1st of April 2026 and had approached the gate of the center on foot. The accused person remained at the gate from where he had a conversation with PW6 regarding the requirements for enrolling his child at the center.
Ntera bagamba nti bwe yapakinga ku renewal sako yatambula n'agenda ku ssomero eryo, era kino kyongereza ku bujulizi bwa Phoebe eyagamba nti nga lumo gwokuna 2026 nti omuwawaabirwa yatambuliza ebigere n'atuuka ku geeti era ne boogera wamu ng'amubuuza biki ebyali byetaagisa okuleeta omwana.
The CCTV analysis report also revealed the accused person being ridden on a border on the day of the incident, 2nd April 2026, at 10:16:13. That is 10 o'clock, 16 minutes after 10 and 13 seconds. And he was carrying a black backpack.
Ntera ripoota eyo eyazi kamera egamba nti omuwawaabirwa baamulaba ku lunaku olwo lwennyini ng'ali ku booda ng'azaali ssaawa 4:16 n'obusekenduzi 13 ng'ali yali yeetisse akasawo akaddugavu, akasawo ak'oku mugongo.
While in court, the witness, who was PW13, played the footage and the images which clearly confirmed the movement of the motor vehicle on the 1st of April 2026 and the border carrying the accused person on 2nd April 2026.
Era bwe baleeta ezikamera ezo ne baziraga kooti, oyo omujulizi ow'e13 yazireeta ne bakakasa engeri emmotoka ekika kya RAV4 kye yatambulamu nga lumu ogwokuna 2026 era ne balaga ne bwe yatambula ng'emuleese nga 2 ogwokuna 2026.
Whereas the defense counsel during his submissions claimed that the images were not clear, it is not true because the accused person could be clearly identified when he alighted the vehicle at Renewal Circle on 1st April 2026 and also while on a border on 2nd of April 2026.
Nti oludda olwawaabirwa abalooya bagamba nti ebifaananyi byali tebirabika bulungi naye bali si batuufu kubanga baamulaba bulungi ne bamwetegereza bwe yapaakinga ku Renewal Circle nga lumu ogwokuna 2026 era ne baddamu ne bamulaba ng'ali ku booda nga 2 ogwokuna 2026.
The prosecution had earlier on adduced the evidence of PW8 is called Hashim Juma, one of the directors of Trip Car Rental Uganda, who testified that the motor vehicle belongs to his company and the accused had hired it from him to be used on the 1st and 2nd of April 2026 on self-drive.
Nti baleeta omujulizi w'omunaana nga bamuyita Hashim Juma, ono yali yapangisa omuwawaabirwa emmotoka ekika kya RAV4 yali yakozesebwa nga lumu n'olunaku z'omwezi 2 ogwokuna 2026 nga yali agenda gyevugira.
However, the accused person used the motor vehicle only on 1st April 2026 because it got mechanical defects. This testimony was corroborated by the CCTV evidence where the accused person was seen in the footage of 1st April 2026 pushing the vehicle at Shell Kitugum House, Ginger Road at 2 p.m. with the assistance of the staff of Shell.
Nti emmotoka yagikozesa nga lumu olwokuna 2026 woluka kubanga yamala nefuna ebizibu era kino kyongerezebwako obujulizi ono yaleeta obujulizi bwa kamera ng'agamba baamulaba ng'asindika eno emmotoka ku Shell Kitugum House Ginger Road zaali ssaawa 8 ez'emisana nga bakola ku Shell be bamuyambako okugisindika.
The accused had earlier on called Hashim, told him about the faulty car, and Hashim had advised him to park it at Shell Kitugum House.
Nti yali yakubidde Hashim n'amugamba nti emmotoka yali efunye obuzibu era n'amugamba nti agipaakinge ku Shell ya Kitugum House.
In the footage of 2nd April 2026, The accused could be easily identified putting on a checkered black, white and grey shirt and black sunglasses when he was on a border.
Nti ku katambi ke baleeta ng'akaali ka 2/2026 omuwawaabirwa baamulaba bulungi ne bamutegeera kubanga yali ayambadde yali ayambadde essaati y'ebikuubo ate nga yali ayambadde ne galubindi.
And this is corroborated by the evidence of the SOCO, that is the scenes of crimes officer, and the investigator who recovered the said sunglasses stained with blood at the primary scene and took the said shirt from the accused person upon his arrest and submitted both items for the DNA analysis.
Kino kyongereza ku bujulizi bw'oyo omupoliisi agenda mu kifo gye bazizaamu emisango kubanga bwe yatuuka mu kifo ekyo n'asanga galubindi ezaaliko omusaayi n'azigjayo era n'amuggyako n'essaati eyo n'abisindika mu beekebeja ebintu ebyo.
The DNA analysis revealed that the cuttings from the shirt contained the DNA of the accused person, while the sunglasses, which were stained with blood, had mixed DNA of both the accused person and of Keisha again Roth, whose body had been labeled as body 39 by the scenes of crimes officer.
Nti mu ndagabutonde bwe baakebera essaati gye bajja ku muvunaanibwa baagikebera nga yaliko ondagabutondo ye era ne bakebera ne galubindi ne basanga nti waliwo endagabutonde ya omuwawaabirwa neya Keisha ate nga Keisha omulambo gwe baali bagutaddeko namba 39.
Prosecution also adduced evidence that the accused person was cutting the children with a knife which he threw over the chain link fence upon seeing the first responders at the scene. The knife was recovered by the scenes of crimes officer. It was a kitchen knife with a silver handle and black blade with the label reading Ming Feng. And while at the laboratory, a swab from the knife handle was taken and also a swab from the blade was taken. And it was established that the handle had a male DNA profile which belonged to the accused person.
Nti obujulizi bwonna bugamba nti yali abaana bano ng'abasaza akambe era abantu bwe batandika okujja akambe n'akasuula wabweru wa geeti akambe kano kaliko ebigambo Ming Feng nti bwe baamala akambe ako ne bakatwala kukeekebeja bwe baamala okukeekebeja ne basanga nga waliwo endagabutonde z'omuwawaabirwa.
Also, the blood stains on the blade of the knife were for body 3 and body 37. And body 3 was for Odeke Ryan, while body 37 was for Seriange Ignatius.
Nti era ne akambe bakajjako omusaayi gwaliko ne bagenda kukeekebeja ne basangako endagamutonde za Ryan ne Seriange.
Whereas the accused in his defense did not deny the killings of the children, the defense, this defense will be discussed at length while discussing the last ingredient.
Nti wadde omuwawaabirwa teyeegaana ekyokutta abaana abo naye ensonga ye gye yawaayo oweekitiibwa omulamuzi agenda kugyogerako.
During the submissions of counsel for the accused person attempted to suggest that the accused person was not adequately implicated for the offense, and his argument was based on the fact that whereas PW6 and PW7 testified that they were first responders, namely Cyrus and Moses, who are said to have apprehended the accused person, and kept him in the guardhouse. None of those first responders was called as a witness. And he wondered where exactly the police found the accused person to arrest him.
Nti abalooya nga bawabumbawumba obujulizi, looya w'omuwaabirwa yagamba nti oludda olwabi lwalemererwa okuleeta obujulizi obumala okukakasa nti omuwaabirwa ye yaza omusango guno nti ng'agamba nti waliwo abantu abasooka okujja nga Cyrus ne Moses naye tebabaleeta mu kooti naye ne yeebuuza poliisi yamusangawa okumukwata.
I note that whereas it was prudent to have one of those witnesses to come to court, failure to have them did not affect the prosecution evidence. At least PW6 and PW7, that is Phoebe and Annette, testified that they saw the accused person being apprehended and being kept in the guardhouse, and PW15 and PW14, that is the investigator, the lead investigator, and the SOCO, the Scenes of Crimes officer, they confirmed finding the accused person having been arrested and kept in the guardhouse. That evidence was not challenged at all in cross-examination, and in light of all the other evidence placing the accused person at the primary scene of crime, it is my finding that the accused, that the evidence that the accused was apprehended in the act of slaughtering the children, kept in the guardhouse and later picked up by police is true.
Ntera bagamba omusti bw'omulamuzi agamba kituufu abana abantu abasooka okujja bandize mu kooti ne bawa obujulizi naye ne bwe baba nga tebaze kubanga Phoebe ne Annette bajja ne bawa obujulizi ne bagamba nti baaliwo era ne balaba nti bamukwata ne bamutereka mu kayumba k'omukuumi era waliwo obujulizi obulala bw'omujulizi ow'okumi-na-bana n'ow'okumi-na-bataano era bajja ne bagamba nti basanga nga omuwawabirwa bamaze okumukwata ne bamutereka mu kayumba k'omukuumi. N'olwekyo kusinziira ku bujulizi Oweekitiibwa omulamuzi agamba kituufu omuwabirwa bamukwatirawo ng'akola omusango ogwo era ne bamukwata ne bamutereka mu kayumba k'omukuumi.
In light of the above, it is the finding of this court and in agreement with the joint opinion of the assessors that the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the accused person caused the death of the 4 children, namely Eteku Gideon, Keisha Agenrotho Tim, Seriang Ignatius, and Odeke Ryan.
N'olwekyo Oweekitiibwa omulamuzi akkanyiza ne ba assessor bamuwabula nga bagamba nti oludda olwabi luleese obujulizi obumala okulaga nti mu butuufu abaana bano Eteku, Keisha, Seriang ne Odeke baafa.
I will go to the last ingredient, and that is the ingredient of malice aforethought.
Kati agenda kwogera ku ky'okugamba nti eyatta abaana bano yali alina ekigendererwa.
Malice aforethought is defined in section 174 of the Penal Code Act. And the summary of it is that malice aforethought shall be deemed to be established by evidence provided for by the following circumstances. An intention to cause the death of any person, whether that person is the person actually killed or not. B, knowledge that the act or omission causing death will probably cause the death of some person, whether that person is the person actually killed or not, although the knowledge is accompanied by indifference, whether death is caused or not, or by a wish that it may not be caused. In summary, that you must have had an intention to kill somebody, or you had knowledge that your acts or your failure to act would actually result into the death of a person.
Ekigendererwa ekitabo ky'ebibonerezo akawayiro 174 kigamba nti obujulizi bulina okulaga nti wali olina ekigendererwa okutta omuntu n'oba nga ogose siku wali oyagala kutta olina okubeera ng'omanyi nti bino byonna by'oli mu kukola biyinza okuviirako kufa kw'omuntu. Ekikulu kiri nti olina okuba ng'omanyi nti byonna by'ogenda okukola biyinza okuviirako omuntu okufa.
So malice aforethought is a mental element, and it is not easy to prove with direct evidence. But inferences may be made from a number of things, including the nature of the weapon used, the part of the body targeted, the nature of injuries, and the conduct of the accused person before, during, and after the commission of the offense.
Ekigendererwa kibeera mu mutwe gw'omuntu n'olwekyo kiba kizibu nnyo okuleeta obujulizi okukiraga naye basobola kukirabira ku bintu bingi. Ekisooka basobola kulabira ku kisi ekikozesebwa basobola kulabira ku kitundu eky'omubiri kye bakozesa era basobola kulabira ku biwundu oba obuvune omuntu bw'afunye ate basobola kulabira ku neeyisa y'omuwawaabirwa mu kukola ekintu ekyo ng'akikoze oba nga tannakikola.
Prior planning or prior threats of the accused may be used to infer malice aforethought.
Omuntu okusooka kuteekateeka ekintu basobola okukiraba ne bagamba nti yali alina ekigendererwa.
To prove this ingredient, the prosecution adduced evidence from eyewitnesses to the offense, that is Phoebe and Annette, who testified that they saw the accused person aggressively and gruesomely cut the necks of the 4 children with a knife.
Nti oludda olwabi lwaleeta obujulizi bw'abantu abaaliwo nga Annette ne Phoebe era bajja ne bagamba nti baalaba omuwawaabirwa ng'asala bubi nnyo ensingo z'abaana bano.
This evidence was corroborated by the findings of the post-mortem examinations of the 4 children's bodies and by the testimony of Dr. Katongole Abdul, who examined all of them and described the injuries on the deceased as follows.
Nti era ekyo kyongereza ku bujulizi bwa za postmortem reports oba ebbaluwa ripooti omusawo gwe bayita Katongole ze yawandiika ng'amaze kwekebejja emirambo gy'abaana bano n'annyonnyola ebiwundu abaana bye baafuna bwe tugenda okubyogera.
And I will go in the detail of the injuries for each of the deceased children. I begin with Eteku Gideon. He is said to have had a 14-centimeter long open wound on the right side of the neck, located at 66 centimeters from the right hem of the neck. The wound was longer than its depth, characterized by smooth edge, regular margins, no bridging fibers, marginal contusion, and the wound was deep, transecting through the esophagus, trachea, internal jugular vein, cut fractures, and the above descriptions were consistent with deep cut wounds.
Tusooka ne Eteku Gideon yalina ekiwundu obugazi nga kyali kya sentimita 14 ate nga kyali ku bulago side ya ddyo nga kyali kiwanvu nnyo nga kifumitira ddala ne kyonoona ebitundu ebisinga eby'obulago era nga kiraga nti baamusala nnyo.
Keisha Ageno wrote a team was said to have a 9-centimeter long open wound on the right side of the neck at 67 centimeters from the right hem and 1 centimeter from the anterior midline, and the wound was longer than it was deep.
Nti Keisha naye yali alina ekiwundu nga kyali kya bugazi sentimita 9 nti ate nakyo kyali ku bulago side ya ddyo nti kyali kiwanvu nnyo.
The wound was big, transecting through the skin, underlying neck muscles, the trachea, esophagus, major neck vessels, and nerves.
Nti ekiwundu kyali kiwanvu nnyo nga kiyita mu mubiri ne kisala emisuwa egisinga egy'obulago.
And he concluded, or he noted, that these findings were consistent with deep cut wounds.
Era n'agamba nti ebiwundu ebyo byaliwo olw'ensonga nti baamufumita nnyo.
Seriang Ignatius was said to have had a 14 centimeter long open wound on the right side of the neck, which was longer than it was deep.
Seriange naye yali alina ekiwundu nga kyali kya sentimita 14 ate nga bali bamusaze nnyo.
The wound was deep, transecting through the skin and underlying neck muscles, injuring the internal jugular vein.
Nti ekiwundu kyali kiwanvu nga kisala ne kiyingira ne kisayira ddala emisuwa gy'obulago.
He found that the above descriptions were consistent with deep cut injuries.
Era n'agamba nti ekiwundu kino kyajja olw'ensonga nti baamusala nnyo n'afuna obuvune.
This one also had another 4 centimeter long cut wound located on the right submandibular region. We go to Odeke Ryan, the last child. This one was said to have had a 9 centimeter long deep cut wound located on the right side of the neck. It was a deep cut wound dissecting through the underlying neck muscles, neck vessels, trachea, esophagus, and transection of a spinal cord. The cause of death for all the children was established to be hypovolemic shock due to cut wounds to the neck.
Odeke naye yali alina ekiwundu nga kyali kya sentimita 9 nga kirina ku kono y'obulago era ng'ekiwundu kino kyali kiwanvu nnyo nga kisalira ddala emisuwa egisinga egy'obulago nga kigendera ddala ku nkizi. N'agamba nti kyaviirako omwana ono okufa, baamusala nnyo n'avaamu omusaayi mungi.
All the postmortem reports for the 4 children were admitted and marked as exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively.
Alipoota z'omusawo ze yakeberako abaana bano banna zonna baazireeta mu kooti ng'ebizibiti ekisooka, ekyokubiri, ekyokusatu n'ekyokuna.
This evidence is further corroborated by the evidence of the scene of crimes officer, Mr. Mutaka Jimmy, who visited the primary scene of crime. This is the center. Immediately after the commission of the crime, he processed it and made a report which was admitted as PEX 10. And this is what he said, that at the center, he found the body of an infant on the veranda, and it was identified to him as that of Odeke Ryan. And he uniquely marked that body as 3. On this body, he observed 1 deep cut injury on the right side of the neck, with cuttings through the neck bones and muscles. And he took pictures of this body, and they are in his report on page 11 and 12.
Nti kino kyongerezebwako obujulizi bwa soko oba omupoliisi agenda mu bifo bye bazizaamu omusango bamuyita Mutaka Jime, era yagamba nti yagirawo mu kifo ekyo n'awandiika alipoota gye baleeta ng'ekizibito ekyo10. N'agamba bwe yatuuka mu kifo ekyo yasanga omwana omuto, omulambo gw'omwana omuto eyali ku kabalaza nga bali bamuyita Ryan, n'aguteekako namba 3. Agamba nti omulambo guno gwali gulina ekiwundu ekinene ku bulago, ng'ekiwundu kino kyali kisala amagumba n'emisuwa egy'obulago, era n'akuba ebifaananyi n'abiteeka mu alipoota eyo.
Shortly thereafter, he went to Wenzi Medical Center, this is the secondary scene, where he found the bodies of the 3 children, and they were identified to him as Eteku Gideon. He uniquely labeled his body number 32, Seriang Ignatius number 37, and Keisha Ageno Rotho team was labeled 39.
Omupoliisi oyo yayongera n'agenda ku Wenzi Medical Center. Bwe yatuukayo ne bamulaga emirambo gy'abaana abasatu, Eteku n'amuteekako namba 32, Seryange n'amuteekako namba 37, ne Keisha n'amuteekako namba 39.
PW14, this is the scenes of crimes officer, further testified that all presented similar fresh injuries of deep cuts on the right side of the neck, which went through the muscles and bones.
n'agamba nti abaana bano baali balina ebiwundu nga byagala kufaanagana nga bonna baali balina ebiwundu mu bulago ku ddyo ate ng'ebiwundu bino byali bisalira ddala nga bisala n'amagumba n'emisiwa y'obulago.
This court also observed the photographs of the bodies of the 4 infants and confirmed the gruesomeness of the attack on all of them as evidenced by the nature of the injuries.
Era kooti yatunuulira ebifaananyi by'abaana abo n'ekakasa engeri abaana gye baafaamu baafa bubi.
The murder weapon, which is a knife, which caused those grave and fatal injuries on the children, was also recovered at the primary scene of crime just behind the chain link fence after being thrown by the accused person, and it was also admitted as evidence.
Nti era n'ekisi akambe baakafuna nga baali baakasuula wabweru ya geeti ne bakaleeta mu kooti ng'ekizibiti.
So we have those grave injuries and the knife that caused them.
Tulina ebiwundu ebyali ebibe ennyo n'akambe akaakozesebwa.
The above evidence would be sufficient to prove Malice aforethought because there would be no other inference that a person pounces on defenseless innocent babies and goes ahead to cut their necks as if slaughtering a goat or a chicken in that accurate and precise manner other than that of Malice aforethought.
Nti era ku bujulizi obwo bulina okuba nga bumala kubanga omuntu tasobola kugenda n'akwata obwana obuto nga tebusobola n'abusala obulago ng'asala embuzi oba enkoko.
However, the defense heavily contested this ingredient and insisted that the accused person was not in a right state of mind to form an intention to commit the offense of murder.
Nti oludda olw'omuwawaabirwa balooya be bagamba nti ebyo si bituufu kubanga nti omuwawaabirwa omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi n'olwekyo yali tasobola kutemula.
The accused person in his unsworn statement stated that he did not act intentionally or deliberately, and although there were claims that he was completely mentally okay, there may have been other mental challenges that may have gone undetected, which could have contributed to the death of the children. He insisted he was not mentally okay.
Nti bwe yali ayewozaako teyalayira naye n'agamba nti ye kino teyakikola mu bugenderere, n'agamba wadde nti bagamba nti omutwe gwe gwali gukola bulungi naye bayinza okubawo ebintu ebirala bye bataategeera ebiyinza okuba nga gyamuviirako okukola ebyo bye yakola, n'akakatizza ensonga egamba nti ye omutwe gwe tegukola bulungi. Omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi.
The accused also denied being four-minded in the killing of the children, and in respect to this he made reference to the book. I already talked about that, but this is for emphasis, that the flash disk which showed that he had done a search and saved a book on the art of war. He stated that he did it long ago and it had nothing to do with the death of the children.
Nti era agamba nti ekino ekintu kyonna teyakiteekateeka ekyokutta abaana, n'agamba nti ekyokuteeka akatabo k'entalo n'okunoonyereza byonna bye yanoonyereza, agamba nti akatabo yakanoonyerezako ebiseera by'emabega nnyo tebiyinza okuba nga bye byamuviirako okutta abaana abo.
He also denied being deliberate and with forethought while making reference to the evidence of the Google searches that he made using his phone, specifically the search for ISIS beheading and for schools that teach young children. And he said that whereas these searches may suggest that he did it deliberately, there were other factors forcing him to make those searches, which factors he chose not to disclose to the court.
Nti era yagamba nti ye teyabikola mu bugenderere, era n'agamba nti bino bye yanoonyerezaako ku mukutu ng'ebya ISIS okuggyako emitwe amasomero agasomesa abaana abato, nti naye waliwo ebintu ebirala ebyamuleetera okunoonyereza ku bintu ebyo.
you have also interpreted the factors. Those factors, he did not disclose them to the court.
Nti ebintu ebirala ebyamuleetera okunoonyereza ku bintu ebyo teyabibuulira kooti.
The accused person further stated that he was under the control of some people whom he occasionally referred to as friends and were in 3 categories.
Nti yagamba nti yali akola olw'ensonga y'abantu be yali ayita mikwano gye ate nga baali bangeri busatu.
He also alluded to the fact that between January 2026 and March 2026, he entered into a distressing period because he was contending with some people who were surveilling him, making demands from him, and they threatened to kill him.
Nti yagamba nti wakati w'omwezi gwa January n'ogwokusatu 2026 yali mwenyamuvu nnyo olw'abantu be yali abaali bamusumbuwa era nga agamba abaali bamutambulirako era kyekyamuviirako okukola ebintu bino.
According to him, they began demanding for money, and he noticed that they had all the capabilities and they were following him closely. And as a result, he left his the neighborhood of Bunga, where he was staying, and resorted to sleeping on the streets.
Nti baali bamusaba ssente era nga yalaba nga baali balina obusobozi nga bamugoberera nnyo kyekyamuleetera kuva Bunga gye yali abeera n'agenda n'atandika kubeera ku luguudo.
The accused person stated that as a result of this, he tried to end it some way and somehow, so as to bring the whole thing to an end. And according to him, he tried to flee the country, tried to rob a bank, and tried to kill his brother's family. He then said that those people whom he at times referred to as his friends during his testimony had something to do with his actions of 2nd April 2026.
Nti yatuuka ekiseera n'ayagala okukikomenkereza n'asalawo ave mu ggwanga n'agezaako okubba banka n'agezaako okutta famire ya muganda we n'agamba nti abantu abo be baali balina kye balina ku kyatuukawo nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026.
He invited the court not to honor the charges of murder because there were some circumstances that forced him to act the way he did on 2nd of April.
N'asaba kooti ereme okumusingisa omusango gw'obutemu ng'agamba waliwo ensonga ezaamuleetera okukola bye yakola nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026.
Unfortunately, he neither stated the circumstances he claimed forced him to act that way, nor did he disclose the identities of his friends who may have compelled his actions on 2nd April 2026.
Nti byembi teyayogera biki ebyamuleetera okukola ebintu ebyo bye yakola nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026.
No, he did not state the circumstances, and he also did not disclose the identities of those friends of his.
Nti ebintu ebyo ebyamuleetera okukola bye yakola ate n'amanya oba okwogera baani abamuleetera okukola ebyo bye yakola 2 Ogwokuna 2026 teyabyogera eri kooti.
And because he made an unsworn statement in his defense, he could not be probed to give more information.
Olw'ensonga nti teyalayira ng'awa obujulizi baali tebasobola kumubuuza ebibuuzo bingi ku kino.
By the above claim, the accused raised a defense of insanity.
Olw'ekyo yagamba nti ye omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi mu kaseera ako.
The defense of insanity is provided for under Section 11 of the Penal Code Act, Chapter 128.
Nti ekyokugamba nti omuntu omutwe guba tegukola bulungi ekitabo kya bibonerezo kikyogerako mu kawayiro ka 11.
And this is what it provides: that a person is not criminally responsible for an act or omission if at the time of doing the act or making the omission he or she is through any disease affecting his or her mind incapable of understanding what he or she is doing, or knowing that he or she ought not to do the act or omission, although his or her mind is affected by disease, if that disease does not in fact produce upon his or her mind one or other of the effects mentioned in this section in reference to that act or omission. I will summarize this to mean that the accused, somebody must show that he had a disease of the mind, and as a result of the disease of the mind, he was incapable of knowing the nature and quality of his actions at the time when that action is said to have been done. That's the summary of this law.
Nti etteeka lino mu bufunze ligamba nti omuntu alina okukakasa nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo, nti ate okubeera n'obulwadde obwo nti yali tasobola kumanya ebikolwa bye yali akola kye bitegeeza oba ekiyinza okumuviira mu bikolwa by'akoze.
So if it is found that actually he had a disease of mind, and that disease of mind made him incapable of understanding what he was doing and what its consequences would be, that would be a total defense to him.
Nti bw'agamba nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo nga tasobola kutegeera biki bye yali akola, awo aba yeewozezaako.
And for the offense of insanity to stand, the accused person must satisfy the ground set out under the Magnaten rule. And the test is purely cognitive, and the defense must show whether the accused understood his or her actions or that his or her actions were wrong. The defense of insanity is twofold. First, that an insane defendant does not have control over his or her conduct, similar to somebody who is sleepwalking, not knowing what they're doing. And secondly, that the defendant does not have the ability to form a criminal intent. Without the ability to control conduct or the understanding that conduct is evil or wrong by society standards, an insane person or defendant presumably will commit crimes again and again. This person must not be in control of anything to do with himself. He cannot control his actions because of the disease of the mind. These rules require that the three tests should be proved. One, that an individual suffers from a defect of reason, which is caused by a disease of the mind, and that as a result, he or she does not know the nature and quality of normal. Like the accused person said that he was not mentally okay, then it becomes his responsibility to prove to the court that actually that was the condition that he was in at the time the offense was committed.
Nti omuntu okugamba nti omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi alina okukakasa kooti nti yali tasobola kutegeera ebintu byali akola oba byali bituufu oba byali bikyamu oba byali si bikyamu, nti alina okulaga nti yali tamanyi biki byali bigenda mu maaso n'ebintu bye yali akola, abeera ng'omuntu atambula ekiro nga yeebase nga tategeera biki ebigenda mu maaso. N'agamba nti omuntu bw'atyo aba tasobola kubeera mu mutwe nga ateekateeka ekintu okukola ekintu ekikyamu kubanga aba tasobola kumanya ekikyamu oba ekituufu. N'agamba nti aba tasobola kwesalirawo biki byakola olw'ensonga nti alina obulwadde bw'obwongo.
The defense of insanity seeks to do away with an essential requirement of malice aforethought, and it seeks to prove that the accused person did not have the intention to cause death, neither did he have knowledge that such an act or omission would cause the death. And this is because of the presumption of sanity which is provided for in section 10 of the Penal Code Act.
Nti okugamba nti omuntu omutwe gwe gwali gulina obulwadde baba baagala okuggyako ekyokugamba nti omuntu yayanya ekigendererwa okutta abantu naye
there is a presumption of sanity.
Naye waliwo amateeka agagogera ku ky'omuntu okubeera nga omutwe gukola bulungi.
And it provides, in section 10, it provides that every person is presumed to be of sound mind and to have been of sound mind at any time which comes in question until the contrary is proved.
Era etteeka kawayiro ka 10 kagamba nti buli muntu yenna bamutwala nti omutwe gwe gukola bulungi oba talina bulwadde bw'obwongo okutuusa nga baleese obujulizi okulaga nti mu butuufu omuntu oyo akaseera ako omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi.
This presumption of sanity puts the burden on anyone who claims insanity as a defense to prove that he or she was not in the right mental state at the time of the act or omission.
Nti kino kiraga nti omuntu agamba nti omutwe gwe gwali mulwadde oba ng'alina obulwadde bw'obwongo alina okuleeta obujulizi okukakasa nti akaseera ako omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi oba yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo.
And I have already said that when anyone advances a defense of insanity, he bears the burden to prove it, though not on as a higher standard as the prosecution has to. Found in the judgment. Having laid down the above principles from the law and the decided cases, I will proceed to evaluate the evidence adduced by the accused person in a bid to prove the claim or the defense of insanity.
Ng'amaze okutunuulira obujulizi bwonna agenda kutunuulira.
No, I have said having laid down the above principles from the law and the decided cases on the defense of insanity.
Owekitiibwa omulamuzi ng'amaze okwogera ku mateeka agakwata ku ky'obugamba nti omuntu omutwe gwe amateeka n'emisango emirala egyayogerwako ku bulwadde bw'obwongo kati agenda kutunuulira obujulizi bwe baleeta obukwata ku bulwadde bw'obwongo.
I will need to establish whether the accused person was suffering from the disease of the mind at the time the offense was committed, whether that disease of the mind rendered him incapable of knowing the nature and quality of his actions, and whether he knew or did not know that what he was doing was wrong by reason of that disease of mind.
Kooti erina okutunuulira oba omuntu omuwawaabirwa yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo akaseera ako ate alina okukakasa nti akaseera ako omuwawaabirwa yali tasobola kumanya nti bye yali akola byali bikyamu oba bituufu ate alina okulaba oba yali amanyi nti byonna bye yali akola byali bikyamu oba bituufu.
As a result of the disease of the mind.
Olw'ensonga y'obulwadde bw'obwongo.
From the onset, I need to state that the accused person was the only one who testified that on 2nd April 2026, when he committed this heinous crime, he was not mentally okay. Okuva omuwawaabirwa ye yekka eyawadde obujulizi okugamba nti ku lunaku olwo nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026 nti omutwe gwe gwali si mulungi tategeera bulungi. As already indicated, he did not state what he was suffering from, apart from the claim that he was under immense stress from the period between January to March 2026 as a result of the people whom he occasionally referred to as his friends.
teyayogera kiki ekyali kimuluma okuggyako okugamba nti wakati w'omwezi ogwa January okutuusa ogwokusatu nti yali mwenyamivu ng'alina abantu bye yayogerako nti bali mikwano gye.
But like I already mentioned, he chose to conceal the identities of those people from court.
Naye yasalawo n'akweka amannya g'abantu abo n'atagabuulira kooti.
I will note at this point that I keenly observed the accused person as he gave his evidence, and I could see that he was withholding some information.
Nti era ng'awa obujulizi nga yeewozaako kooti yamutunuulira n'eraba nti waliwo ebintu byali akweka kooti.
Especially when it came to disclosing the names of those people.
Naddala okwogera ku mannya g'abantu abo be yayogerako.
Apart from this claim, there is no other evidence that was adduced by the accused person in a bid to prove the existence of the disease of the mind to avail him the defense of insanity.
Nti okuggyako ekyo tewali bujulizi bulala obwaleeterwa okulaga nti omuwawaabirwa yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo.
Counsel for the accused person vehemently argued that the prosecution failed to prove that on 2nd April 2026, when the offense was committed, the accused was not under the influence of mental illness.
Nti era ne bagamba nti olwabi lwalemererwa okuleeta obujulizi obulaga nti nga 2/2026 nti omuwawaabirwa yali ng'omutwe gwe gukola bulungi.
With all due respect, this argument was not legally backed and was misguided because when the accused person chose to raise insanity as his defense, the burden to prove that insanity shifted to him in light of the presumption of sanity under Section 10 of the Penal Code Act, Cap 128.
Nti obuloya wa muwawaabirwa yalimbamu kubanga omuntu bw'agamba nti omutwe gwe tegukola bulungi yalina okuleeta obujulizi okulaga nti otuufu omutwe gwe tegukola bulungi.
Counsel for the accused person further insisted that there was evidence on record from the prosecution provided by Dr. Nwamanya Emmanuel, who testifies as witness number 11. He's a police surgeon and he's also a psychiatrist who examined the accused person on the 7th of April 2026, showing that the accused person has ever been admitted to Tabika Mental Hospital. That was his argument. He insisted that prosecution witness said that the accused person had ever been to Butabika.
N'alemerako n'agamba nti obujulizi baali babulese mu kooti ng'omusawo gwe bayita Ggaba Emmanuel yakebera omuwawaabirwa nga 7/2026 ate n'agamba nti yali abaddeko mu ddwaliro e Butabika.
Regarding this evidence, I will need to provide context so it is not used to mislead the court. The evidence of PW11 as contained in PF24 and in his oral testimony in court is that he examined the accused person on 7th April 2026 and on his psychiatric and mental assessment of the accused person he found the following, and I will quote verbatim. He had normal behavior, calm, cooperative, speech was coherent, his memory intact, and he exhibited good judgment. His thought process and content was normal, but believed in wealth by human sacrifice. He was able to explain the reason for killing the children as fortune hunting or enrichment. He got the idea on recalling childhood folk tales of getting wealth by sacrificing people.
Nti omujulizi ow'okuminoomu yawandiika alipoota mu kizibiti kye baleeta mu kooti n'obujulizi bwe n'agamba nti omuwawaabirwa yamukebera nga 7/2026 era bwe yali amwekebejja obwongo yagamba nga bwe yawandiika nti yali yeeyisa bulungi nga mukkakamu ng'akwatagana naye bulungi ng'ayogera bulungi ng'ajjukira bulungi byonna bye yali ayogera. N'agamba nti ate yali asobola nakusalawo bulungi, n'agamba nti naye yali akkiririza nnyo mu by'okusaddaaka, n'agamba nti ensonga lwaki yatta abaana abo yali anoonya bya bugagga. N'agamba nti ekyo yakijja mu ngero ze bamugambanga ng'akyali muto.
In that report, Dr. Nwamanya made the following note as information from the accused during the assessment. And I'm also quoting it verbatim. He had a history of past mental illness, treated between 2016 to 2025 for schizophrenia associated with both auditory and visual hallucinations. He killed his 2 to 3 year old brother in 2016 or 2017, reportedly to save him from the troubles of this world. He also attempted suicide in 2023, and he was also a sickle cell patient on treatment. The findings above are suggestive of a mental condition with psychotic episodes. Further mental assessment is necessary since no medical documents were availed and he was the only source of information.
Era n'agamba nti omuwawaabirwa yamugamba nti eddako yali mulwadde w'omutwe era ne bamujjanjaba nga wakati wa 2016 kutuuka 2025 yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo nga ye asobola kulaba n'okuwulira ebintu abalala bye batalaba. N'agamba nti yatta muganda we nga 2017 ng'ayagala kwewonya ebizibu by'ensi. N'agamba nti n'agezaako okwetta nga 2023. N'agamba nti yali mulwadde wa nalubiri oba sickle cell. N'agamba nti naye baali beetaagisa okuddamu okumukebera olw'ensonga nti yali talina biwandiiko ebikakasa nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo.
From the above, the word Butabika is not mentioned anywhere. Besides the accused person, as he gave his evidence, never at all mentioned having ever been admitted in Butabika Mental Hospital.
Nti mu byonna omusawo bye yawandiika teyawandiikamu kigambo obutabika, ate n'omuwawaabirwa nga yeewozaako teyayogerako nti bali bamutaddeko mu ddwaliro ebutabika.
It is important to note that the only witness in the entire trial who made mention of Butabika was DW2, whose identity has been concealed for his protection, but he's a biological elder brother to the accused person.
Nti omujulizi yayogera ku butabika, ye omujulizi yali wa muwawaabirwa ow'okubiri.
The only witness.
Omujulizi yekka eyayogera ku kyebutabika ye omujulizi w'okubiri owawaabirwa nga n'amannya ge baagakweka olw'ebyokwerinda bye era nga yali mukulu we.
He testified that in January 2022 he learned that the accused person was in the Butabika Mental Hospital, and when he went to inquire about the reasons for his admission there, he was informed by the in charge of the hospital that the case under which he was admitted in the facility was very sensitive and declined to avail any information.
N'agamba nti mu January 2022 yawulira
2020 January 2020
nti mu January 2022 yawulira nti muganda we yali mu ddwaliro ebutabika era yagendayo bwe yagezaako okubuuza ebyali bikwata ku muganda we ne bamugamba nti ebyo tebasobola kubyogerako era tebaali tebasobola kumuwa byonna ebikwata ku muntu oyo.
The case under which he was admitted was very sensitive.
Ne bagamba nti omusango oba engeri gye bamuleese mu ddwaliro ebyo baali tebasobola kubyogerako.
He further stated during cross-examination that he left without knowing why the accused person had been admitted in Butabika, despite having disclosed to the in charge that the accused was his young brother.
Nti era yagamba nti yatuuka okuva ebutabika nga tamanyi kyekyali kikwata ku muganda we wadde nga yali amaze okubagamba nti yali mukulu we.
However, during the cross-examination of DW2, that is the brother of the accused person, the prosecution had an explanation for the accused admission in Butabika at that time, which they put to the witness. And according to them, the accused had murdered his young half-brother called Freeman, and to escape criminal culpability, he was taken to Butabika Mental Hospital to disguise as if he killed the child due to mental illness. And from there, he was whisked to the United States of America, where he stayed until sometime in 2025 when he returned to Uganda.
nti aludda olwabi baali babuuza omujulizi w'omuwawaabirwa owokubiri bamubuuza nga bamugamba nti yali butabika olw'ensonga nti yali asse muganda we gwe bayita Freeman era ne bamutwala butabika nga bagamba nti omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi. Bwe baatuuka ebutabika ne bamugjayo ne bamutwala America era bwe yatuuka America n'abeerayo okutuusa 2025.
I find this proposition credible because if indeed the accused person had been admitted because of a medical condition, there would have been no justification for concealing that from his own brother. Besides, they would not have informed him that the case under which the accused person was admitted was very sensitive.
Nti era ekyo kooti eraba nti kyo kyali kituufu kubanga engeri gye yali agenze ebutabika
said it is credible. It can be believed.
Basobola okukkiriza kubanga bwe yagenda ebutabika baali tebalina nsonga yonna lwaki tebamugamba ebyali bikwata ku muganda we ate ne bamugamba nti omusango gwali gumuleeseza mu ddwaliro eryo byali tebasobola kubyogerako.
The accused person himself would have mentioned that he had ever been admitted in Butabika, either to the police surgeon, Dr. Nwamanya, or to Dr. Roger Agenda, who testified as PW12 and he's a psychiatrist at Care International Hospital, Kampala.
N'omuwawaabirwa yennyini yali asobola kwogera nti yali agenzeeko ebutabika ng'agamba Nwamanya Emmanuel oba Agenda Roger wa IHK.
Agenda Roger examined the accused person on 30th December 2025 at the request of the accused person for a sanity assessment, but the accused person did not inform him that he had ever been to Butabika.
Nti Agenda Roger yakebera muwawaabirwa nga 3/12/2025 ng'amukebera oba alina obulwadde bw'omutwe era bwe yali amukebera teyamugambako nti yali agenzeeko mu ddwaliro ly'e Butabika.
To the contrary, the accused person informed Dr. Agenda Roger that the consultation with him, which is 30th December, was his index of first consultation with a psychiatrist in his whole life, and I will discuss the evidence of Agenda in detail later.
Nti omuwawaabirwa
I also need to observe that though DW2 is the biological brother of the accused person, though they are brothers, he testified that they don't closely relate and he had not seen the accused person in the last 5 years, but only saw him at Kabalagala police station after his arrest in respect of this case.
Era omujulizi wa okubiri ow'omuwawaabirwa yali muganda we naye bali siba mikwano nnyo bali bamaze emyaka etaano nga tebeeraba yaddamu okumulaba ku Kabalagala police nga bamaze okumukwata.
He also did not testify to knowing the accused person to suffer from any mental illness.
Era teyayogera nti yali amanyi oba muganda we yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo.
In the absence of any medical evidence to support the claim of insanity, this court would have expected at least evidence from a family member of the accused person to speak to his alleged mental illness.
Engeri gye waali nga tewali biwandiiko by'abasawo okukakasa nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo, waakiri aba famire oba b'ekika kye bandize ne bawa obujulizi nga boogera ku nsonga eyo ey'obulwadde bw'omutwe.
The brother of the accused person informed the court that he shares both parents with the accused person and they are both still alive and they live in Uganda.
Muganda we yagamba nti babazaala wamu abazadde bombi be bamu ate bakyaliwo babeera mu Uganda.
If it was true that indeed the accused person suffers from any disease of the mind, either his father or mother would have been eager to come to this court to relay that information with some evidence.
nti singa kyali kituufu nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo waakiri taata we oba maama we yandize mu kooti n'ayogera ku nsonga eyo.
It is also important to note that the details of the witnesses who came to testify for the defense were furnished by the accused himself, but he chose not to call any of his parents as his witnesses, who would have been better placed to testify to the claim of insanity and or any other disease of the mind.
Nti abajulizi abajja omwawabirwa ye yagamba be yayagala naye teyasaba nti bamuyitire abazadde be ate nga bandize ne bannyonnyola ensonga eno ey'obulwadde bw'obwongo.
Considering the above, I would still proceed to pose this question. Supposing it was indeed true that the accused person has ever been in Butabika in 2020, as stated by his brother, of what relevance would it be in relation to this offense, which is alleged to have been committed on 2nd April 2026, given the legal principles regarding the defense of insanity, that the disease of the mind must be present at the time of the commission of the offense and must have prevented one from knowing what he or she is doing and that what she is doing is wrong.
Era ne kooti yeebuuziza nti singa kyali kituufu nti mu 2020 omwawabirwa yaliko mu ddwaliro ly'e Butabika kikwataganira wano omusango guno ogwaliwo nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026. Era n'adda mu mateeka n'agamba nti balina okulaga nti obulwadde obwo bwaliwo akaseera ke yakolera ekintu kino ate nti mu kaseera ako yali tasobola kutegeera nti kyeyali akola kyali kikyamu oba si kikyamu.
It is my considered view that in the absence of any evidence that the accused person was suffering from the disease of the mind as at the time of commission of this offense, his being admitted in Butabika in 2020 would not be of any relevance to this case.
Olw'okubeera nti tewali bujulizi obulaga nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo ekyokugamba nti bali bamutadde mu ddwaliro e Butabika tekikwatagana mu musango guno.
I also need to note that in regard to the issue surrounding the admission in Butabika, that shortly it happened, I need to note that in regard to the issue surrounding the admission in Butabika, shortly into the evidence of DW2, the brother of the accused person, when he mentioned the word Butabika, counsel for the accused person made an application seeking for the orders of this court to order some doctors from Butabika to come and confirm that the accused person has ever been in Butabika, and also confirm that he is incapable, or to establish whether he was capable to follow the proceedings. But this was after he had given his defense.
Nti era n'atunuulira embeera ze bamutwaliramu mu ddwaliro e Butabika era n'agamba nti omujulizi owokubiri ku lw'oludda lw'omuwabirwa nti bwe yayogera ku kigambo Butabika, looya w'omuwabirwa n'agambirawo nti bayite abasawo okuva Butabika okukakasa nti omuwabirwa yali tasobola kugoberera ebyali bigenda mu kooti naye byo yabisaba ng'omuwabirwa amaze okuwa obujulizi.
I did not find calling anyone from Butabika relevant to this case, and I declined to grant that prayer, and I made a detailed ruling which is on record.
Nti teyalaba bwetaavu okuyita omusawo okuva Butabika era yabuwandiika ku fayiro.
In a further bid to support the claim of being mentally unwell due to the distress said to have been between January and March 2026, the accused person testified that he abandoned his home in Bunga and started living on the streets. And to prove this defense, he adduced the evidence of DW3, whose identities were also withheld for his security. And he informed the court that he was 25 years old, living on the street, and he had seen the accused person only twice while he was in Chisenyi, together with 40 children aged between 7 and 10 years, and then his age.
Nti omuwawaabirwa yagamba nti yali mu kiseera eky'okwenyamira wakati wa January n'ogwokusatu 2026 nti kyamuleetera okuva gye yali abeera ebbunga n'atandika okubeera ku kkubo n'amala n'aleeta omujulizi ow'okusatu era amannya ge tetujja gwogera olw'ebyokwerinda bye. Yagamba nti yali wa myaka 25 egy'obukulu nga yali abeera ku luguudo. N'agamba nti yali alabyeko omuwawaabirwa emirundi 2 gyokka nga bali Kisenyi era nga yali alina abaana abalala 4 nga bali ba myaka wakati wa 7 ne 10, abamu nga bali mu myaka gye.
Okay, I will summarize his evidence. He testified that he saw the accused went to Chisenyi, and when the street children saw him, they requested for some water to drink, and he offered them food, which he actually paid for. And as he was leaving, he requested the witness for his contact, and they shared contact numbers. And the next time, he came with water in a 10-liter jerrycan and gave it to the witness with the other children. That is the summary of his evidence.
Nti omujulizi ono yajja n'agamba nti omuwawaabirwa yajjako mu Kisenyi ne bamusaba amazzi g'okunywa mu kifo ky'okubawa amazzi g'okunywa n'abagulira emmere n'asasula. Bwe yali avaawo n'asaba ennamba y'essimu y'omujulizi ono n'agamba nti olwaddako yajja nga alina akadomola ka lita 10 kalimu amazzi n'agawa omujulizi ono n'abaana abalala.
And he told him that the reason he wanted his telephone contact is that whenever he would need the children, he would help him to gather the children.
N'amugamba nti ensonga lwaki yali ayagala enamba ye y'essimu yali ayagala nti bw'aba ayagala abaana ono amuyambeko okubakungaanyiza wamu.
Counsel for the accused person, while relying on the claim of being on the street, submitted and said that it is not possible for a normal person to leave their home and start living on the street. But this court finds that there was no evidence that actually the accused person has ever lived on the street. He only went twice to these children in Chisenyi.
Nti looya w'omuwawaabirwa yagamba nti tekisoboka omuntu omulamu okutandika okuva ewuwe waka n'atandika okubeera kubo, naye obwekitiibwa omulamuzi agamba tewali bujulizi obulaga nti yali abeera ku kubo wabula yagendayo emirundi 2 ng'agenda kugulira bano abantu emmere.
Also, this court notes that there was also evidence that as at the time of his arrest, he was not on the street. He had a home in Chanja, as testified by the landlord called Joel Mackay. He testified as PW10.
Ntate we bamukwatira yali abeera Chanja, ate n'omujulizi eyajja wano yali landlord we bamuyita Mackay, yali mujulizi wa 10.
In light of the above, the accused person failed to adduce any evidence to support this claim that he was not mentally okay on 2nd April 2026 when he gruesomely and brutally murdered the innocent infants.
Nti n'olwekyo omuwawaabirwa alemereddwa okuleeta obujulizi okukakasa nti omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi oba nga yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo nga 2 Ogwokuna 2026 lwe yatta abaana abato.
The other probable defense that would be available to the accused person given his from his testimony would be a defense of diminished responsibility, and this one is provided for under section 177(1) of the Penal Code Act.
Ekirala ekyandimuyambye kyakugamba nti yali obwongo obwo nga tasobola kutegeera bulungi bye yali akola.
And this one also, it is where a person is found guilty of murder or being a party to the murder of another, and the court is satisfied that the person was suffering from an abnormality of mind arising out of arrested or retarded development of mind. This relates to somebody who has a disease of the mind that has resulted into poor development of the mind, and that as a result of that, it takes away the person's mental responsibility.
Nti omuntu bw'abanga omusango ogw'obutemu gumusinga naye ne basanga nga omutwe yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo ate ng'obulwadde bw'obwongo bwali tebusobola kumukkiriza kubeera ng'ategeera ebyali bigenda mu maaso.
Even with that, the law provides in subsection 2 that if you raise that as your defense, it is you to prove that you are suffering from an abnormality of the mind.
Era amateeka gagamba nti bw'ogamba nti obwongo obwo bwali tebukola bulungi oba ng'olina obulwadde bw'obwongo olina okuleeta obujulizi okukakasa nti kyaliwo.
Looking at the evidence that the accused person adduced, there is nowhere he's talking about a retardation of his mind. The only issue that the accused person suffers from and was talked about by many witnesses is sickle cell disease.
Nti kusinziira ku bujulizi omwawabirwa bwe yaleeta teri kiraga nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo kule okujjako balaga nti yali alina obulwadde bwa nalubiri oba sickle cell.
And when Dr. Agenda was asked as to whether sickle cell anemia is not an underlying cause for mental illness, he said it is not, but it is a risk factor.
Omusawo gwe bayita Agenda bwe yajja ne bamubuuza oba sickle cell eviiramu omuntu okufuna obulwadde bw'obwongo n'agamba nedda, naye omuntu bw'aba alina sickle cell ayinza okukomenkerera ng'afunye obuzibu ku bwongo.
And he said this is as a result of too much pain and also the strength of the medication for sickle cells. But he hastened to add that when he was examining the accused person did not present any symptoms of the mental of any mental disabilities that may have been caused by sickle cell disease.
N'agamba nti ekyo kiyinza okuviira ku bulumi oba eddagala lya nalubiri, naye n'agamba nti we yayogerera naye yali talina kiraga nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo nga kiva ku bulwadde bwa nalubiri.
Counsel for the accused vehemently argued that upon his arrest, the accused person was found with painkillers, which included diclofenac, and this court should find that this medicine was treatment for mental illness. But with all due respect, this argument is not supported by any evidence.
Nti Pulida yalemerako n'agamba nti bwe baakwata omuwabirwa yali alina eddagala oba makerenda ga painkiller nga diclofenac, naye tewaliwo obujulizi obukakasa ekyo.
No, he said that when he was arrested, he was found with painkillers, and the painkillers included diclofenac. This court should find that this medicine, the diclofenac, was used to treat a mental illness, was being used to treat a mental illness.
Nti bwe bamukwata yali alina painkiller nga diclofenac, kooti erina okulaba nti gano amakerenda oba yali agakozesa okujjanjaba obulwadde bw'obwongo.
And I said that with all the respect to counsel, this argument was not supported by any evidence, because even when he was asked what kind of mental illness the accused was treating, he had no answer to that.
Nti naye wali tewali bujulizi bwonna obukakasa nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo, ne lwe baamubuuza
he said he did not know
n'agamba nti yali tamanyi bulwadde ki bwennyini bwe yali alwadde
that he was treating.
Bwe bali bajjanjaba.
In light of the above, I also find that the defense of diminished responsibility is not available to the accused person.
Okusinziira ku ebyo wekitiibwa omulamuzi alaba nti okugamba nti obwongo obwo bwali tebuteredde nakyo tekisobola kumuyamba.
On the contrary, the prosecution adduced evidence to show that at all material times the accused was of a normal mental status and in control of his actions, as will be discussed and analyzed below.
Oludda olwabi lwaleeta obujulizi obulaga nti buli kaseera omuwawaabirwa yali ali bulungi nga ategeera biki bye yali akola.
Prosecution adduced evidence of a sanity medical report which had been authored by Dr. Rogers Agenda, who is a psychiatrist at Ggaba IHK.
Nti oludda olwabi lwaleeta alipoota y'obulwadde bw'obwongo nga omusawo gwe bayita Agenda Roger akolera ku ddwaliro lya IHK yagiwandiika.
This sanity medical report was found in the house of the accused person during the search that was conducted on 3rd April 2026, and it was admitted as an exhibit.
Ntate alipoota eyo bali bagisanga mu nyumba y'omuwaabirwa bwe bagenda kwaza nyumba ye nga 3 Ogwokuna 2026 era ne bagireeta mu kooti ng'ekizibiti.
And Ggaba IHK verified it and confirmed it to be authentic, and Dr. Rogers' Agenda testified to it.
Nti era ab'eddwaliro lya Ggaba IHK lyakakasa nti alipoota eyo yali ntuufu era ne basindika omusawo Agenda n'ajja n'agyogerera.
He testified that on 30th December 2025 he received the accused person as his client with a request to conduct a sanity examination and furnish him with a sanity report to be submitted to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Immigration Department.
Omujulizi oyo omusawo Agenda yagamba nti ng'ennaku z'omwezi 3 Ogw'ekumi yafuna omuwawaabirwa ng'azze gy'ali n'amusaba nti amukebere obwongo oluvannyuma amuwandiikire alipoota nga yali agitwala mu Ministry of Internal Affairs ne Immigration.
He went ahead and did a psychiatric and mental examination on the accused person, and that report, the certified copy from Ggaba IHK, was also admitted as an exhibit.
Nti era yagenda mu maaso n'amukebera obwongo oluvannyuma n'awandiika alipoota ne bamala ne bagireeta ng'ekizibiti.
According to him, the accused person presented himself as a 30-year-old single Christian by religion, resident of Bunga and self-employed mainly as a commercial farmer.
Nti yagamba nti omuwawaabirwa yamutuukirira n'amugamba nti yali wa myaka 39 nga si mufumbo, agamba nti yali mugoberezi wa Kristo ng'abeera Bunga ate nga yali mulimi nga byalimu atunda.
He testified that he carried out a psychiatric interview which involves asking the client many times open-ended questions with the aim of establishing or enlisting whether the client has any mental disorder.
Nti yatandika n'okumubuuza ebibuuzo ebingi ng'ayagala kulaba oba yali alina obulwadde bwonna ku bwongo.
Upon examination, the following were his findings. And I'm going to read them verbatim. He reports no history of excessive sadness or loss of interest in pleasurable activities.
Bwe yamala okumukebera n'agamba nti yali talina kiraga nti yali anyiizeeko nnyo oba n'okubeeraawo nga tayagala kwenyigira mu bintu eby'essanyu.
He has no history of excessive happiness or increased goal-directed activity.
Nti ate yali talina kiraga nti yali asanyuseeko ekisukkiridde oba okwagala kukola ebintu ebisukkiridde.
He has no history of alcohol or substance use, although he occasionally took alcohol.
N'agamba nti yali talina kiraga nti yali anywa nnyo omwenge oba kulya ebidagala.
He denies any history of hearing voices or seeing things others could not see.
N'ayegaana nti yali tawulira oba kulaba ebintu abantu abalala bye baali tebalaba oba okuwulira.
He has no history of excessive fears or worries and has never had a seizure.
N'agamba nti yali talabeeranga kwawona atya ennyo oba nayeraliikirira nnyo.
He denies any traumatic experiences and sleeps well.
Era yeegaana okubeera nga waliwo ebimutabula nnyo mu bwongo n'agamba nti yali yeebaka bulungi.
This is his index visit to a mental health personnel and has never been on any psychiatric medication.
Era n'amugamba nti gwali mulundi gwe gwali gusookera ddala okulaba omusawo w'obwongo era yali tamirangako amakerenda g'okujanjaba obwongo.
He is a known patient of sickle cell disease and regularly takes his medications.
Era bamumanyi nti alina obulwadde bwa nnalubiri era abadde ng'amira makerenda.
He has no other chronic medical conditions.
Talina bulwadde obulala.
He is the third born of 4 children.
Ye mwana w'okusatu mu maka g'abaana abana.
Both their parents are alive and well.
Abazadde baabwe bombi bwe bali ate bali bulungi.
There is no known mental history in the family.
Era tebamanyiko muntu yenna alina obulwadde bw'obwongo mu kika ekyo.
That was a psychiatric assessment. The mental status examination revealed the following, still by the same doctor. He is a middle-aged man who appears his age.
Era bwe yayongera okumwekebeja n'agamba yali omusajja eyali akuzeemu ate nga yali alabika emyaka gye.
He is well nourished and kept.
Era yali alabika bulungi.
He is generally calm and keeps eye contact.
Nti yali mukkakkamu ate ng'asobola kusigala ng'atunula bulungi ng'alaba abantu wamu.
No odd behavior was noted throughout the interview.
Nti ate we yamwekebejjeza yali nga yeeyisa bulungi nga tewali we yali we yeeyisa bubi.
His speech is of sound. His speech is of normal rate, tone and volume, and is generally coherent and fluent.
Nti ate bye yali ayogera byali bikwatagana bulungi.
His thoughts are logical with no preoccupations over valued ideas or delusions.
Nti ate n'endowooza ye yali ekwatagana bulungi.
He has a euthemic mood congruent with affect and has no perceptual or cognitive disturbance.
Nti era bye yali akola byali bikwatagana n'embeera ze.
He concluded his diagnosis as follows. Onyum Christopher Okello has no established mental disorder. I therefore affirm that Onyum Christopher Okello is sane and mentally fit to live and work in Uganda.
Era n'amala n'agamba nti Christopher Okello Onyum talina bulwadde bwa bwongo, si mulalu, ate ng'asobola kubeera oba kukolera mu Uganda.
The prosecution also adduced the evidence of Dr. Nwamanya Emmanuel. That one is a police surgeon. He also did a mental examination on him on the 7th of April. This was now after the commission of this offense, 5 days after. And these were his findings. He had normal behavior, calm, cooperative, speech was coherent, his memory intact, and exhibited good judgment.
Baleeta obujulizi obw'omusawo bwe bayita Nwamanya Emmanuel wa poliisi era naye yamukebera obwongo ennaku z'omwezi 7 ogwokuna 2026 omusango guno gumaze okubaawo ennaku 5 n'agamba nti yali ategeera bulungi nga mukakamu ng'akwatagana naye bulungi ng'ayogera bulungi ate ng'asobola okumanya ekituufu n'ekitali kituufu.
Okay, his thought process and content was normal, but he believed in wealth by human sacrifice.
N'agamba nti yali alowooza bulungi naye nga yali akkiririza mu ssaddaaka.
He was able to explain the reasons for killing the children as fortune hunting or enrichment.
Nti yamugamba nti ensonga lwaki yatta abaana yali ayagala kufuna bya bugagga.
He got the idea on recalling childhood folk tales of getting wealth by sacrificing people.
Era ekyo yakijja ku ngero ze yawuliranga ng'akyali muto ez'okusaddaaka abantu okufuna ebyobugagga.
The accused person in his testimony stated that from January to March 2026, he underwent distress and encountered people who influenced his actions of 2nd April 2026.
Omwawabirwa yagamba nti wakati wa January n'ogwokusatu 2026 yalimu enyamuvu olw'ensonga y'abantu be yasinkananga ate ng'agamba be bavunaanyizibwako bye yakola nga 2/4/2026.
I find this move by the accused person very calculated because he smartly targets a period immediately after his sanity and mental examination done on 30th December at IHK at his own request and instance.
N'agamba nti kirabika bino omuwawabirwa yabibala kubanga yalaba ekiseera ng'amaze okugenda okumukebera obwongo mu mwezi gwa Desemba 2025.
Now I'm saying that the accused person is smart. He brings the period after the examination, so that we don't know what happened after the 30th of December.
Yali mugezi nnyo era n'akibala n'agenda n'akola bino nga
he intelligently and smartly supposes that his distress happened after that examination, which would mean therefore that the distress after 30th December is the reason for his actions of 2nd April 2026.
Yali mugezi nnyo n'aleeta ensonga y'okugamba nti yalimu ennyamivu wakati wa January n'ogwokusatu 2026 nga bamaze okumukebera 3/12/2025 n'agamba nti ebyo bye byamuviirako bye yakola nga 2/4/2026.
He also smartly and intelligently brings this period of his distress to fall before his next psychiatric and mental examination that was done on 7th April 2026 by Dr. Nwamanya Emmanuel on Police Form 24.
Era yaleeta ekiseera kino kye yalimu ennyamivu nga ebbanga lye yayogera yali nga tannatuusa we bamukeberera nga 7/4/2026.
In light of the above smart move by the accused person, this court will proceed to examine and assess his conduct and lifestyle between January and 2nd April 2026 when he committed the offense to determine whether or not he was mentally functional.
Olw'ensonga nti yakola ebintu bino mu ngeri y'amagezi kooti egenda kutunuulira engeri yeeyisaamu wakati wa January ne 2/4/2026 okulaba oba omutwe gwe gwali kukola bulungi.
Prosecution adduced the evidence of Mr. Paul Mukasa Paul. He was PW9 and he was the landlord of the accused person in Bunga for a period between November 2025 and March 2026. And he testified that while he was renting his house, the accused person was a very good person, relating well with others, and that he did not notice anything odd or irregular with his conduct.
Oludda oluwabirwa aleeta omujulizi gwe bayita Mukasa Paul eyali landlord w'omuwabirwa ebbunga n'agamba nti yali landlord we kuva nga Ogw'okuminnagumu 2025 okutuusa nga Ogwokusatu 2026 era n'agamba nti bwe yabeera ku nnyumba ye yali muntu mulungi nga yeeyisa bulungi ate ng'akwatagana bulungi ne bamuliraanwa.
According to the evidence of Makai Joel, now that's the landlord of Chanja, where the accused person was staying at the time of this offense, the person approached him for a house to rent. The accused person approached him for a house to rent on 16th March 2026, and he came with a broker.
Era waliwo omujulizi Makai Joel ono yali landlord we ekyanja era nga yagendayo ne broker ewuwe ng'anoonya ennyumba nga 16/3/2026.
The accused entered into a transaction with him to rent a house for 4 months. He was informed that the monthly house rent was 400,000 and he was supposed to pay 4 months upfront. And the accused was further informed that payment was supposed to be made in the bank. The accused then requested for the bank account details, after which he went and paid in the bank and returned a bank slip to the witness.
Nti era bwe yatuukayo ng'anoonya ennyumba n'akkiriza n'awandiika endagaano ng'agamba nti apangisiza emyezi 4 ne bamugamba nti buli mwezi ajja kusasula 40,000 ne bamugamba nti ezo ssente alina ozisasula mu banka era n'abasaba banka akawunti ebikukwata ku banka ne bazimuwa n'agenda mu banka n'asasula ssente n'aleeta n'akapapula ke yasasuliddeko.
From this evidence, this court finds that at this point the accused person was in very good health, mentally functional, and in control of his actions. Otherwise, how would he even know that he needed a broker to get a house, or how would he know how to make payments in the bank?
Kkooti egamba nti akaseera ako yali bulungi nga n'omutwe gwe gutegeera bulungi kubanga yategeera atya nti yali yeetaaga bulooka okufuna ennyumba n'ategeera nti alina okugenda ne mu banka kusasula ssente.
The prosecution also adduced the evidence of Hashim Juma, the director of Trip Car Rental Uganda for self-drive, who testified that the accused person first contacted his company via the business WhatsApp number on the 12th of March 2026, and he was inquiring about their car hire services.
Era baleeta omujulizi gwe bayita John Hashim Juma nga yali wa Trip Car Rental nga ono yabatuukirira ku WhatsApp n'abasaba emmotoka ng'agenda kugyevugira era yabatuukirira nga 12/3/2026.
The accused was using an American number and he told the witness that he needed the car the next day. The next day, the accused called the witness and told him he was already at a meeting location, but because he had not confirmed, the witness, that is Juma, was not there. He had not reached, and when he reached, he found when the accused person had already left. This was at the Freedom City Mall.
Nti yali akozesa enamba ya Amerika era n'amugamba nti yali yeetaaga emmotoka olunaku oluddako era enkeera yatuukako nga Juma yali tanatuukawo. Era omuwabirwa ye n'avaawo n'agenda ate awo waali ku Freedom City.
Okay, then the accused contacted the witness again on 14th March and said that he had left because he was rushing somewhere and couldn't wait, but he would rent the car the following week.
Era omuwabirwa yaddamu n'amugamba nga 14/3/2026 n'amugamba nti luli yali amuleseewo alina gye yali agenda n'amugamba nti ayagala emmotoka ayagala gikozesa wiiki eddako.
I am giving all this detail because I am trying to show the conduct or the actions of the accused person during the period he says he was in distress.
Ali mu kusoma bino byonna musobole okutegeera ebyo yali akola mu kiseera kye yali agamba nti yali mwennyamivu.
The accused person contacted the witness again on the 31st of March through a WhatsApp and told him that he needed to rent the car again for 2 days, that is 1st April and 2nd April 2026.
Era nga 3/3/2026 yaddamu n'amusindikira WhatsApp n'amugamba nti yali ayagala kukozesa emmotoka kumala ennaku 2 nga lumu ne 2/4/2026.
The witness then offered to deliver to him the car that evening of 31st March, which the accused was agreeable to. The witness then requested for directions to the location and he was informed that it was in Chanja. The witness further asked for a Google PIN, which the accused person provided, and following the Google PIN, the witness was led directly to the house where the accused was staying in Chanja.
Era omujulizi yamugamba nti asobola kumutwalira motoka, omuwawabirwa n'akkiriza n'amugamba nti agimuleetera ekyanja ono kwe kumusaba pin oba ekimululaga gy'ali era bwe yagimusindikira n'emutwala n'emutuusa ku nnyumba gye yali.
The accused person received the vehicle and also gave the witness his American passport and American driving license for his identification. The witness took photographs of them and handed them back to the accused person. And the accused asked for the mode of payment. He was told that he could pay with mobile money, and he transferred 388,000 shillings for car hire for 2 days on self-drive.
Nti era emmotoka yagifuna n'amuwa passport ne pamiti, omujulizi n'abikuba ebifaananyi n'abimuddiza era n'amubuuza oba asobola kusasuza mobile money, oli n'akkiriza n'amusindikira emitwalo 38,800.
The witness further testified that during his interaction with the accused person, both online and physically, the accused did not present any abnormal behavior. According to him, a person of unsound mind would not have transacted with him the way he did. That the accused person, if he was of unsound mind, he would not have been able to transact online, use mobile money, would not have been given a driver's license, among others.
N'agamba nti akaseera ke bayogerezaganya wamu yali talaba ennyisa yonna etali ya bulijjo. N'agamba singa yali tategeera bulungi, yali tasobola kukozesa mobile money, yali tasobola kubatuukirira nga basaba motoka.
He also testified that later in that night, the accused person called him asking for the car keys because he had forgotten to give them to him when he delivered the motor vehicle earlier in the evening. The witness then told him that he would send the keys with a border rider, and as early as 7 a.m. on 1st, the border had delivered the keys. He was even able to direct the border to where his home was in Chanja.
Era oluvannyuma ekiro yakubira kumubuuza wa gye yali atadde ebisumuluzo kubanga oli yali yeerabidde ebisumuluzo, n'amugamba nti agenda kumusindikira wa boda ku makya, era saawa emu ez'okumakya ebisumuluzo bali babireese nga yamukubira n'amulagirira wa gye yali.
On 1st April 2026 at around 11, the witness testified that the accused called him and told him that the car had mechanical issues, and when he asked his location, he told him he was in Bunga and he sent a mechanic to fix the car.
Nga lumu ogwokuna 2026 saawa 5 nti omuwawabirwa yamukubira ng'amugamba nti emmotoka yali efunye obuzibu, n'amubuuza wa gye yali, n'amugamba nti yali Bunga, kwe kumusindikira makanika.
And after about 1.5 hours, the accused person again called the witness and told him that he was at Ginger Road roundabout, but informed him that the car had failed again.
Era oluvannyuma lw'essaawa mu kitundu yaddamu n'amukubira n'agamba nti yali ku roundabout ye Ginger Road ate ng'emmotoka yali yazzeemu okufuna obuzibu.
The witness then advised him to drive it to Shell Ginger Road and park the car there, which the accused person did.
Era n'amugamba nti emmotoka agivuga alitwale ku Shell ku Ginger Road, n'agivuga n'agitwalayo.
I examined the WhatsApp communication between the accused person and the witness regarding the hiring of the motor vehicle, which was extracted and incorporated in the digital forensic examination report. And I have found that the conversation between the accused person and the witness regarding the car hire was very accurate and coherent.
Oweekitiibwa omulamuzi atunuulidde bye baayogerako nga bali ku WhatsApp ebikwatagana ku kupangisa emmotoka ate nga babiwandiika mu alipoota gye baleeta mu kooti, n'akakasa nti kusinziira bwe baali boogera omuwawaabirwa nti yali ayogera bulungi nga bye yali ayogerako byali bikwatagana.
The accused person clearly knew what he wanted, clearly directed the witness to his home at Namgera Close in Chanja, and even went ahead to give more details that where he resided, that it was the first gate on the left side, and that he had told the custodian to wait for him because it was raining.
nti yali amanyi kye yali yeetaaga kubanga yamugamba nti yali abeera kyanja era n'amunnyonnyola bulungi gye yali abeera ng'agamba nti yali geeta esooka ku mukono gwa kkono n'amugamba nti yali ataddeko omuntu akumulinda.
In addition to that, the accused person provided a Google pin to his location.
Nti ate okwongereza ku ekyo yamuwa ne piini eraga wa gye yali.
The accused person was actually in total control of his actions and was very mentally functional because his communication was not only coherent but also systematic and logical and had a very good sense of judgment, which negates his claim of being under immense distress during this period that prevented him from understanding the nature and quality of his actions on the 2nd of April 2026.
N'agamba nti byonna bye yakola byali bikwatagana nekiraga nti yali talina bulwadde bwa bwongo nga bwe yagamba nti yali mu kwenyamira mu biseera ebyo ate nga kyekyamuviirako okukola bye yakola nga 2/4/2026.
Okay, the prosecution also adduced the evidence of Odongo Emmanuel. This is the CCTV analyst, whose evidence reveals the movement of the motor vehicle RAV4 from Chanja on the day on 1st of April, and it stopped through Nakawa and Kabalagala Kansanga until it parked at Renewal Circle.
Nti era baleeta obujulizi obwa Odong Emmanuel ono yaleeta obujulizi bwa zikamera n'agamba ng'alaga emotoka ekika kya RAV4 bwe yatambula okuva Chanja nga lumo gwokuna 2026 n'eyitira Nakawa n'egenda Kabalagala n'egenda Kansanga paka bwe yatuuka ku Renewal Circle.
At Renewal Circle, the accused person was captured by a private camera of the said circle as he parked the vehicle. He found other vehicles already parked in the yard and he maneuvered and found a suitable parking slot for his vehicle. As the accused moved out of the car, he checked the door to confirm that he had locked it. Upon his return, the accused checked the left front tire of the motor vehicle.
Nti ku Renewal Circle kamera zaamukwata nga aparkinga w'emmotoka ye yatuuka n'asanga nga waliwo emmotoka endala nnyingi ezaali zipaakinze naye n'agezaako n'afuna ekifo ky'okupakingamu emmotoka ye bwe yapaakinga n'akebera oluggi okulaba oba yali alusibye era bwe yavaamu n'akebera n'omupiira ogwa kkono ogw'omu maaso.
Is this conduct of a person who is suffering from a disease of the mind to prevent him from understanding the nature and quality of his actions and therefore unable to control them?
Kino kyekikolwa omuntu alina obulwadde bw'obwongo kyasobola okukola ng'agamba nti obwongo bwe tebukola bulungi ate nga bye yali akola yali tasobola kubitegeera.
I answer this question in the negative and make a finding that the accused person was in full control of his actions and with proper sense of judgment.
Era Oweekitiibwa Omulamuzi n'agamba nti mu butuufu omuwawaabirwa yali asobola kutegeera biki bye yali akola ng'asobola kwawula ekituufu n'ekikyamu.
And the prosecution also adduced evidence of his leaving Renewal Circle up to the point at Shell where he parked the car because it had a mechanical problem.
Era baleeta obujulizi obulaga engeri gye yava ku Renewal Circle n'avugira ddala n'atuuka ku Shell gye yali apaakinze emmotoka olw'okuba nti yali efunye obuzibu.
The accused person was seen pushing the vehicle being assisted by the staff of Shell.
Era baamulaba ng'asindika emmotoka ng'abakozi ba Shell bamuyambako.
And also making phone calls.
Era ng'akuba masimu.
And the PW8, the owner of the car, the one who had hired the car to him, confirms that while at Shell they talked on phone.
Era eyali amuwadde emmotoka yakakasa nti bwe yali ku Shell baayogera ku ssimu.
So my conclusion on that is that he was in control of whatsoever he was doing, and he had a good sense of judgment, since he could even tell that the car has a mechanical problem and knew who to call to solve it.
nti n'olwekyo oweekitiibwa omulamuzi agamba nti yali ategeera bulungi ng'asobola kutegeera biki bye yali akola.
I also now go to the events at the gate of the center, that is the scene of crime, of 1st April 2026, when the accused went and stood at the gate and had a conversation with PW6, that is Phoebe Namuteri.
Era agenda kwogera ku byaliwo ku geeti nga lumu ogwokuna 2026 omwawabirwa bwe yagenda ku geeti n'ayogera ne Phoebe.
PW6 testified to the conversation that she had with the accused person regarding the enrollment of his child.
Phoebe yajja n'agamba nti bayogera nga boogera ku ky'okukwatagana n'okuleeta omwana kuwandiisa omwana mu ssomero eryo.
Yes, he said he had a child who was 3 years, and when he was told that they don't take 3 years, he should take to the nursery section, he said he had tried, but he had been advised to take his child to a place where there are other children because she was not social and she would learn with the many children.
Nti era yagamba nti omwana yali agenda kuwandiisa yali wa myaka 3, ne bamugamba nti bo bati bawandiika ba myaka 3 ne bamuwabula nti omwana mutwale mu bannasale. N'agamba nti yali agezezaako okumutwala mu bannasale ne bamugamba nti amutwale awantu awali abaana bangi olw'ensonga nti yali takwatagana bulungi n'abantu abalala ng'asobola kukwatagana bulungi n'abantu nga abadde n'abaana abalala.
He went ahead to propose to Phoebe that when he is allowed to enroll the child, Phoebe should monitor the child for him, and when she picks up, then he can take her to a nursery section.
Era yagamba Phoebe nti bw'aba aleese omwana asigale nga mumulabirako amulaba nti bw'amala okubeera nga asobola kukwatagana n'abantu abalala amutwale mu nasale.
He then asked Phoebe what was required to enroll this child, and Phoebe told him all the requirements, and he promised to return the next day to make payments.
Era yabuuza ebyali byetaagisa okuwandiisa omwana. Phoebe n'abimugamba n'agamba nti agenda kukomawo enkeera okusasula.
On the next day, which is the date of the incident, the 2nd of April 2026, the accused person returned to the gate of the center.
Nga 2 ogwokuna 2026 luno bino byatuukako ku olwo omwawabirwa yakomawo ku geeti y'essomero eryo.
And when Phoebe saw him, she went to him and he told her that he had come to make payments so that his child could be enrolled at the center.
Phoebe bwe yamulaba n'agenda ku geeti. Bwe yatuukawo omwawabirwa n'amugamba nti yali aze okusasulira omwana atandike.
Phoebe then took him and introduced him to Miss Annette, PW7, and they also engaged in a deep conversation regarding the child.
Phoebe yamutwala n'amwanjulira Annette, era bwe yatuukayo era ne basigala ne boogera byali bikwata ku mwana oyo.
The detail of the conversation is in the judgment, but it shows a coherent person who was in control of his actions and his speech and did not present any odd behavior to Miss Phoebe and Miss Annette.
Gye baayogerako ebisinga babiwandiise mu nsala y'omusango, naye nti bwe baayogera wamu yali yeeyisa bulungi ate nga bye yali ayogera byali bikwatagana bwe yali ayogera ne Annette ne Phoebe.
And when he asked for the requirements, and he was told 120 for daycare fees, 60 for uniform, and 10,000 for registration, he mentally calculated that before Miss Annette could use a calculator.
Era bwe bamugamba ebyali byetaagisa nga bamugamba 12,000 za daycare, 60,000 gya uniform, omutwalo gwa kuwandiisa mwana yabibalirawo mu mutwe gwe n'abagamba nti gyali 19.
It is shortly after that interaction, a very normal, coherent interaction, that when he moved out, he launched this brutal and fatal attack on the defenseless, innocent children.
Bali bakamala okwogera bulungi n'abakyala abo n'amala n'afuluma n'atuuka mu baana n'atandika okubakirimbula.
It is the finding of this court that at the time of the attack, the accused person did not suffer from any disease of the mind. He was in full control of his actions.
Era kooti esanze nti akaseera ako we yattira abaana abo yali amanyi kye yali akola.
And Miss Phoebe, the PW6, testified that this event, the act of slaughtering these children, took about 7 minutes, and I can believe her because looking at the time when he sent the money on Miss Annette's phone to the time when he made a phone call, an emergency helpline of police, is a very short time. It is actually 14 minutes. So it is not possible that at the time of cutting the children is when he lost his control due to any disease of mind.
N'agamba nti Phoebe yagamba nti ebintu byonna bino byatwala eddakiika 7 ate kooti emukkiriza kubanga etunuulidde mu kaseera ke yasindikiramu sente ku ssimu ya Annette ne kaseera kwe yakubira poliisi kyatwala eddakiika 14 era kooti egamba nti tayinza okuba nga we yakoma okutegeera okugamba nti abaana bano yabasala nga tategeera.
Of course, I have taken note of the arguments for counsel for the accused person, that the center management was criminally negligent because they had no guard at the gate and they left the children unattended to, which led to their death. But I find these arguments quite insensitive because the children were in their familiar space and it was never expected that someone would enter the center premises disguising himself as a potential parent only to do what the accused did to the innocent children.
Roya w'omuwabirwa yagamba nti essomero lyali lagajjavu olw'ensonga nti bali tebalina mukuumi nga baana tebalina muntu eyali nabo naye bagamba nti abaana bali bamanyidde kino ate bali tebasuubira nti omuntu ayinza okujja ng'omuzadde ate n'akosa abaana.
Besides, during this fatal attack on the innocent children, PW6 and PW7, that's Miss Phoebe and Miss Annette, they testify that when they saw him cutting the children and came to intervene, he threatened to cut them as well. And then, when he saw himself in danger of the crowd that was angry, he had the mental ability now to call police for rescue.
Nti okujjako ekyo omujulizi w'omukaaga Phoebe ne Annette omujulizi w'omusanvu bwe bamulaba ng'asala abaana bamulaba ng'asala abaana ne bagezaako okutaasa abaana era n'ayagala nabo okubatiisatiisa nti agenda kubasala ate bwe yalaba nti abantu abaali bazze baali bagenda mutuusaako obulabe ate n'afuna amagezi agakubira poliisi.
I also take note of his preliminary interview with ASP Esserite James, where he informed the witness that he was staying in Chanja and that he had bought knives and he had the mental ability to take the search team to his home moreover rented premises where he had been for less than 2 weeks, but he could locate that home. And indeed, during the search, the knives were found, new knives, and they were admitted as exhibits.
Nti era nga bakamukwata yayogerako n'omupoliisi bayita Esalite James n'amugambirawo nti yali abeera akyanja era n'amugamba nti yali aguze obwambe era ye kennyini n'atwalayo abaali banoonyereza omusango n'abatuusayo wadde yali akabeerayo weeks 2 bwe baamala okwaza ennyumba era ne basangayo obwambe nga bupya.
I have also found it necessary to, in this judgment, examine the lifestyle and or actions of the accused person before this offense to establish whether he was mentally functional or not. And I looked at the bank accounts. The accused person had 3 bank accounts, $2 accounts, and 1 shillings account, Uganda shillings account. And I have analyzed the bank account statements, and I find that he was transacting normally on these accounts.
Era Oweekitiibwa Omulamuzi arabye enneeyisa y'omuwawaabirwa nga bino tebinabeerawo n'asanga nga yali alina akawunti mu bank, yalina akawunti 3 mu banka nga akawunti 2 zaali za dola ne akawunti emu ng'ateekako shillings za Uganda, n'alaba nti yali akwasaganya banka zino ng'omuntu wa bulijjo.
He is able to transact from wallet to account, from account to wallet. Is buying, is paying, withdrawing money for paying rent. He actually also withdrew money for hiring farmland. And during the search, there was an agreement for a hire of land in Noya for farming. This accused person, who wants this court to believe that he was mentally ill, is making investment decisions.
Nti ku banka ezo yali asobola kujja sente ku akawunti n'ateeka ku simu, n'ajja ku simu n'ateeka ku akawunti n'ajjayo sente, era yajjayo sente ez'okupangisa ennyumba, ez'okupangisa ettaka lye yali agenda kulimirako ennoya, era nti bwe yazza ennyumba ye baasangayo endagaano y'okupangisa ettaka mu nnoya, era nga y'omuntu omu agamba nti kkooti ekkirize nti yali tategeera bulungi so nga ate yali asiga nsimbi.
The prosecution also provided evidence of Google searches that the accused person conducted on his phone, and I have found them relevant to this case.
Era baleeta obujulizi obulaga nti yakebera ku Google ng'akozesa essimu ye ate kkooti esanze nga bikwatagana n'omusango guno.
PW 18 led evidence to effect to the fact that the accused devices, the laptops and phones, indicated that the accused had made searches about schools near me.
Omujulizi ono ow'okumunana yagamba nti bwe baakebera amasimu ge n'ezi laptop byalaga nti yali anoonyerezaako ku masomero agaali kumpi naye.
And among the schools that he searched among the places that he searched is Church Close Ggaba.
Ate mu bifo bye yanoonyerezaako mwalimu Church Close Ggaba.
And the center where this unfortunate event happened is on Church Close Ggaba.
Ate essomero bino we byatuuka liri mu Church Close Ggaba.
Other items searched were rental hours of operation Trip Car Rental Uganda, and we have evidence of him hiring a car from Trip Car Rental on self-drive the day prior to this unfortunate incident.
Era yanoonyereza ku Trip Car Rental nga bano be yafunako emmotoka n'agipangisa ng'agenda kugyevugira era gye yakozesa.
He's also searching how many kilometers does 14 liters get on a RAV4. He's searching about Bunga police station. He's searching about ISIS beheading. And he was also searching about firearm license in Uganda.
Era yanoonyereza ng'abuuza lita 14 mu lwabufuuzi mutwala kutuuka wa, n'anoonyereza ku poliisi y'ebbunga, n'anoonyereza ku ISIS beheading oba ekitongole ekittemako emitwe gy'abantu, n'anoonyereza omuntu afuna atya license y'emmundu mu Uganda.
Okay, and I have also noted that the accused person denied having conducted these searches in preparation for this crime, but I reject his claim because whereas the way he hacked or he slaughtered these children is how I take judicial notice that ISIS is Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. It is a widely recognized by international governments and organizations as a major terrorist organization, and is known for committing atrocities including genocide, public beheadings, and conducting targeted violent attacks. I have no doubt in my mind that the search for ISIS beheadings prepared the accused person to launch this fatal attack on the defenseless children. As already observed and clearly stated by PW6, the attack that led to the death of the 4 infants took less than 7 minutes. It is only a person with specialized training in beheading and the heart and mind of a terrorist that will do what the accused person did. It is my further finding that this very specialized training and meticulous planning and premeditation strongly negates any claims of insanity.
Ntomwabirwa yagaana nti bino okubinoonyerezaako yali tateekateekera okuza emisango gino, naye kooti n'eraba nti yanoonyereza ku ICC ate nga kino kyekitongole ekisinga ekyabayeekera nga bakola ebintu bingi, batta abantu, basanjaga mu lujjudde, n'agamba nti bino biyinza okuba nga bye byamuleetera okulumba abaana bano abato n'abatta. Ate omujulizi ow'omukaaga yagamba nti bino ebintu byonna byaliwo mu ddakiika nga 7, ekitegeeza omuntu eyakola ekintu kino yali mutendeke bulungi okukola ekintu kino, ate mu kupulaninga kino kiraga nti omutwe gwe gwali gukola bulungi.
I have labored to analyze all the above evidence to rule out any claims by the accused person or any other person that may believe his claim of insanity as his defense to run away from accounting for this heinous crime.
Ekitiibwa omulamuzi agezezaako nnyo okulaba nti alaba obujulizi, ate ne kiraga nti omuwaabirwa yali talina bulwadde bw'obwongo, ekitegeeza nti yaleeta ekyogamba nti yali obulwadde bw'obwongo ng'ayagala.
Please help and interpret that well. I have labored to analyze all the above evidence to rule out any claims by the accused person or any other person that may believe his claim of insanity as his defense to run away from accounting for this heinous crime.
Nti Oweekitiibwa afubye nnyo okulaba nti alaba obujulizi obwaleetebwa okulaba nti omuwawaabirwa yali talina bulwadde bw'obwongo, ate teri muntu asobola kugamba nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo oba omuntu yonna okulowooza nti yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo ng'agezako okudduka obuvunaanyizibwa bw'ekintu kino ekyatuukawo.
Having done that, I conclusively find that the accused person was very sane on 2nd April 2026 when he gruesomely slaughtered 4 innocent souls.
Nti Oweekitiibwa omulamuzi agamba nti nga 2/2026 omuwawaabirwa yali ategeera bulungi okutta abaana bano bato be yatta.
Therefore, no defense of insanity, no diminished responsibility is available to him.
N'olwekyo ekyokugamba nti omutwe gwe gwali tegukola bulungi oba yali alina obulwadde bw'obwongo tebimuyamba.
On the contrary, I find and in agreement with the joint opinion of the three assessors that the prosecution has proved that the accused person unlawfully caused the death of the three infants with malice aforethought.
N'olwekyo akanyiza ne ba assesa nga bwe bamuwabula nga bagamba nti aboludde olwabi baleeta obujulizi obumala okulaga nti omuwawaabirwa nga alina ekigendererwa ate nga mu bumenyi bw'amateeka yatta bano abaana abana.
Consequently, this court finds that the prosecution has proved all the ingredients of the offense of murder in the 4 counts against the accused person, Christopher Okello Onyum.
Kooti nekakasa nti oludda oluwaabi luleese obujulizi obumala okulaga nti emisango ena gyonna gye bavunaana Okello Christopher Onyum.
The accused person is accordingly found guilty of the murder of Eteku on count 1.
N'olwekyo kooti esanze nga omusango ogw'okutta Eteku Gideon gumusinga.
Keisha Agenoroth in count 2.
Omusango gw'okutta Keisha Agenroth nagwo gumusinga.
Seryange Ignatius in count 3.
Ogw'okutta Seryange Ignatius nagwo gumusinga.
And Odeke Ryan in count 4.
N'ogw'okutta Odeke Ryan nagwo gumusinga.
In agreement with the joint opinion of the assessors,
akkiriza n'empabula y'aba assessor,
I hereby convict Christopher Okello Onyum of the offense of murder.
Asingisiza Christopher Okello Onyum omusango gw'obutemu.
Contrary to sections 171 and 172 of the Penal Code Act, Cap 128 in count 1 for the murder of Eteku Gideon.
Anamusingisiza omusango gw'obutemu nga kiri mu kitabo kya bibonerezo Kawayiro 171 ne 172 olw'okutta Eteku Gideon.
Count 2 for the murder of Keisha Agenoroth Otim.
Ne Keisha Agenroth Otim
in count 2.
Omusango gw'okubiri.
Count 3 for the murder of Seryange Ignatius.
N'omusango gw'okusatu ogw'okutta Seryange Ignatius.
And count 4 for the murder of Odeke Ryan as indicted.
N'omusango gw'okuna ogw'okutta Odeke Ryan nga bwe bamuteekako emisango egyo.
Could we take a break? It's a healthy break. Let's come back at 3 for the sentencing hearing. 3 o'clock sentencing hearing.
Komawo ku ssaawa 9 okuwa ekibonerezo.
bwe kibonerezo naye nga tunaba kugenda eyo yonna tufunye kwana bamu abadde bagoberera abadde agoberera omusango guno okulaba engeri gye gutambula katuwulire ebirowoozo bye kikyayogera ku nsala y'omulamuzi gyasaze nnyabo nkulamusizera ku Star TV ne
nkulamusiza amanya gange nze Rema Namagembe. Ensala y'omusango guno simbi okuva ku ntandikwa omulamuzi tugize tumugoberera bulungi okuva ku ntandikwa yonna ebintu bibadde bitambula bulungi naye tufunye essanyu kuba ensala y'omusango guno etwongedde amaanyi omusango gwonna Okello bagumusingisizza ng'ate ekintu kiki kituufu. Okello yatuttira abaana baffe abaana abato abatalina musango singa ali muntu mukulu twandigambye nti bafunyemu obutakkaanya naye omulamuzi waffe akoze ekintu okuva ku ntandikwa abadde n'okusoomoozebwa tubadde banyiivu paka bwe kikomekereza wabula tugenda kudda oluvannyuma tuwulire gye kigenda okuggwera.
Tumanyi mulamuzi kibonerezo kyayinza kuwa mukulu Okello nga mmwe mugamba yani muwadde kibonerezo ki?
Ngaffe okusinziira ku bulumi nti baali baana bato nga teboogera nga teboogera okitegeera nti banja lya mwengeze ngamba lyandiwedde n'omwenge. Okello naye ndowooza ekibonerezo kye tumwagaza abantu b'ekyalo naffe abalina abaana okuba nti tuli mu bulumi bw'abaana baffe naye attibwe kuba yali ayagala abaana mangi amasomero mangi okitegeera naye attibwe tutegeere nti Okello attibwa tufune essanyu kuba naye banaamusiba mulambo gwe tetujja kutegeera nti Okello yafa oba gyali pozi nga baguleese batugaa nti Okello wuuno naye tekikkirizibwa Okello bamutte banja lya mwenge liggwa na mwenge naye omulamuzi tumwebazizza nnyo kati tukomawo
yes omuli wa Star TV kankutwaleko mu bantu abalala kubanga buli muntu ayina endowooza ye ku ngeri omusango guno Christopher Okello gy'abadde avunaanibwamu era n'engeri omulamuzi gy'asazeemu omusango guno era ng'ensonga gye yeesimbyeko y'okwefumiitiriza agamba mukulu Okello Christopher yeefumiitiriza nnyo ku nsonga y'okubeera nga azza omusango guno. Tufunye wano omwami omu ku bantu era abadde bawuliriza omusango guno ssebo gyebaleka amannya go era oviridde mu kitundu ki?
Amannya gange nze Jimmy Kamya nd'omu ku bakulembeze b'ekitundu kino LC1. Ndi musanyufu nnyo okusinziira ku musango gugwadde gujja kugobererwa gugobereddwa ebbanga ddene tutudde wano ebbanga ddene kumpi nnaku 10 tuli wano buli lunaku tujja naye ndi musanyufu nnyo olw'okubanga omulamuzi asinzizza Okello omusango ogw'okutta abaana abana.
Obujulizi olowooza abwekennenyezza
bulungi nnyo badde very open nnyo ng'agamba nti omusajja alaba omusajja ategeera taliko bulalu omusajja musinza omusango tulinda kye bagenda ku nsala kyovala abantu bano bonna bakubye ekkerere abantu basanyufu kuba tulinda nsala tulinda ensala maze omusalira gumusinze tulinda kyagenda musalira.
Kibonerezo ki ky'oyinza okwagala omulamuzi awe mukulu Okello?
Well and good lwakubanga ndi mulokole ekyokufa saali kyagadde naye ndowooza asiba obulamu bwe bwonna.
Obulamu bwe bwonna ng'ali emmere ya gavumenti ate gye tusasulira omusolo.
Anti okutta si kya Bwakatonda nze sagala kyogera ekyokutta si kya Bwakatonda agenda asibwe ave mu community ave mu bantu asibwe obulamu bwe bwonna.
Tweyanza nnyo tweyanze omulabi wa Star TV ne UBC tugoberere nga tugenda okufuna endowooza z'abantu abalala ku ngeri gye bayogera ku musango gwa Okello Christopher engeri omulamuzi Alisiko Muhanji Kawuka gyasazeemu omusango guno era nga katufune ku bantu abalala abali mu kifo kino katufune omukyalo ono atudde wano naye atubuulire ensonga ze ye omusango agulabye atya era kikyasuubira. Nnyabo nsanyusa okulaba.
Kale nnyabo bampita Florence Mwebe nga ndi assistant RCC Makindi. Omulamuzi tanaba kutuwa faino naye engeri ebintu gye bitambulamu ye process court gyetambulamu lwakuba abantu abamu tebaagala omulamuzi tebaagala n'okolebwa naye nze n'abantu omulamuzi ali mutuyisa mu danomo process eya court. Obwenkanya we buli kubanga we baatuukira okujja ku ground nti n'omuntu asobola funa transport egenda mu kooti abeerewo awulirize. For the first time bangi tebabeeranga nko mu high court naye eri nejja ku kyalo so obwo bwenkanya okitegedde.
Tweyanza nnyo tweyanzeege. Waliwo wano mwami omulala ssebo tukulamusizza.
English or?
Okay, in English.
In English.
Yes, yeah, we are from UBC TV and Star TV.
Yes.
What is your comment?
My comment, first of all, I'm called Isiko Jeremiah Henry. My comment is that I'm happy on behalf of the rest of the world that now we have won the conviction. We are only waiting for the sentence. But I would like to thank the judiciary, especially the trial judge. She has done her best. The prosecution has produced all the evidence to prove the ingredients of murder. But my opinion is one. I don't believe in killing someone who has killed somebody. Because someone who if you kill someone for murdering a person, is not going to suffer. A dead person cannot suffer. My opinion is that he be sentenced to life in prison. Let him, the rest of his life, if maybe he's going to live for how long, we don't know. Let him spend in prison.
You want him to be sentenced to life imprisonment as he's eating our taxpayers' money. Is that being fair?
Yes, it is quite fair because he is going to live as an example. Even himself, he is going to live to regret. If others, the fellow prisoners shall be looking at him, that he shall never see, he shall never interact with any community until he will meet his death.
In regards to the mental capacity, as the judge has said, illness, what is your take on that? Has he analyzed very well the evidence which was put on record?
Yes, the judge has been very fair and the prosecution was very fair. There is no evidence that this man is mad. You cannot be mad and you behave in such a way that it proves that you are sound. So he was trying to hide in the madness to dodge in justice. There is no ingredient to support that he is really mad. Okay, maybe if he has ever been mad, but by the time he committed that offense, he was no more.
What is your take of bringing the court to the audience, to the public, not like the other court sessions which have been held in buildings and sort of?
It has been the best procedure, bringing the court close to the people. Because many people who have attended this court, they could have not afforded to move to where the court would have been. And even the courtrooms are so squeezed that it cannot accommodate the number which is here. So it has brought it just down to the last person.
Oh, thank you so much. We thank you. Yes, for those who are viewing us on UBC television, we are bringing you live the case of Mr. Okello Christopher, who was accused of murdering the Fortadarers at Ggaba Child Development Center. But right now, as I speak, the judge has entered the judgment that he's guilty of all the offenses he committed, and there is no way he will just go scot-free. And right at around 3, we shall get the sentence of the judge after the mitigating factors from the prosecution. Naye wano wakyaliwo abantu abalala bayagala okuwa endowooza zaabwe nnyabo gyebali. Amanyagero.
Zonna Nyonga Rachel nazo senga waseri w'omugenzi Seriyange ino. Yes.
Ensonga y'omulamuzi yasazeemu omusango guno engeri gye yagutandikamu ogyogerako ki nga gwe senga w'omugenzi Seriyange?
Ensonga mpola abantu bamanyimuko olumu ku mateeka amatono tukikwata mpola naye kibadde yasiga kiruma naye at least kale kuba twali tusuubira wajja kubawo okwekubira oludda bagambe nti si yeye bikimbo olwokuba tewali cameras naye twebaza Katonda nti at least obujulizi obuzze omulamuzi abukkiriza era n'omusango ne gumuteekebwako ekyo ati kitukakkanyizamuko sinzirayo twali tulowooza.
Gwe senga w'omugenzi olaba mulamuzi yandiwadde kibonerezo ki ku bulumi obubali ku
tulunze ndi mukyala amanyi Katonda kati sisala musango naye Katonda yakola okwagalako.
Nyabo oyo ye mama w'omwana omu ku bamama b'abaana abattibwa mu kifo kino naye nga tutayongera okuwa abantu ab'enjawulo nga batuwa endowooza zaabwe ku ngeri ki gye balabamu entambula y'omusango guno. Mami, ensambuza y'omusango guno ogirabye otya n'okutuuka omulamuzi okutuwa ensala n'agamba nti mukulu Christopher alina omusango era omusango yaguze? Tandika n'amannya go.
Nabbanja Edith mbeera Ggaba. Omulamuzi abadde mutuufu nnyo era asingisizza Okello emisango naye tulinda ekinaddirira tulabe ekibonerezo ki kye bagenda omuwa. Ffe tubadde tugamba ng'abantu b'e Ggaba nti baanimuwadde ekibonerezo ekyokumutta kubanga bangi abagenda e Luzira ne babajjayo ne badduka ne bagenda ate ne badda ne bakola revenge endala. Tubadde tusaba omulamuzi oba Pulezidenti Yoweri Museveni omusajja oyo bamuteeke wali ku ssaawa ya Queen afe bufi okusinga omuteeka e Luzira batwerabiza emyezi nga 6 mwaka n'avaayo ne bamuta byebyo ebyange.
Waliyo amateeka agali mu ssemateeka y'eggwanga agagamba nti omuntu tateekeddwa kuttibwa era ne Bayibuli egamba omuntu tateekeddwa kuttibwa gw'owaki?
Waliwo ekiyitirira ng'omwami oyo Okello yatugumbula abaana abatayina misango, awo tetulina kye tumugamba wadde eddakiika 2 wabula ffe kye twagala afe bufi.
Anke ensonga taata wa mwana, abantu abamu abafiirwa abaana baabwe kizibu nnyo okubasanga nga balina ekigambo kye basobola okwogera kubanga obulumi bw'amaanyi. Nnyabo gyebaleko.
Kale bambe naawe gyebaleko.
Kale.
Oyogera ki ku nsala y'omulamuzi n'okulindirira ekibonerezo kya
omulamuzi akirambuludde bulungi mbu Okello ebikola byonna bye yakola abaana bonna yabasala akigenderedde era twetegereza yasala bonna ng'abasala ku bulago era engeri yakikola akigenderedde. Twagala kusaba kooti esetinge pulezidenti basalire Okello ekibonerezo ng'omuntu yenna anaazanyiranga ku mwana akimanya ali mu kuzanyira ku bulamu bwe kubanga omwana omuto tasobola kwedifendinga. So ekyo kye tulinze era tukkiriza omulamuzi agenda kusalako ekintu ekituufu.
Okuleeta kooti mu bantu nga wano bwe tuli kyo kyogerako ki esiga eddamu?
Ekyo kyo kirungi lwakuba walimu abantu abamu abatamanyi kooti nga bwetambula. Kooti ewummulamu n'abantu beekalakasa babuuka naye kyetaaga esiga eddamuzi yeyongere nnyo kusensitizinga abantu bamanye kooti nga bwetambula. Omuntu aleke kujja wano mu kooti ajoba zaatamidde atandike kubuukabuuka ayogera byatategeera ajja genda mu eri closed court. Abantu babasibe bayongere kuyigiriza abantu bamanye proceedings za kooti nga bwetambulamu.
Omulabi wa Star TV omunyanya y'eggwanga wamu ne UBC ezo ze nsonga ze tusobodde okutuusaako naye nga ku ssaawa 9 omulamuzi Alice Komuhangi Kawuka akomawo okutuwa kibonerezo nga enjuyi zombi zimaze okuwaayo ensonga zaazo nga oludda oluvunaanwa lujja bba lusaba kooti omuvunaanwa oba olwawo bamuwa ekibonerezo ekisaamusaamu ate oludda oluwaabi lwo kimanyikiddwa nti terujja kusaba kibonerezo kisaamusaamu olw'ekikola mukulu Okello Christopher Kyakola. For those ones who are watching us on UBC TV and others who are on other platforms who are watching us, what I can tell you that was all with the judgment from Judge Alice Komuhangi Kawuka, and at exactly 9 we are going to come back, at exactly 2 we are going to come back so that the judge can give the sentence for the accused, and before giving the sentence they will have to go through the mitigating factors from the prosecution, and obviously still they will play for that deterrent sentence from the court, and even for the defense they will pray for the lenient sentence, obviously because that is their client. With all that said, I'm here with a big team with the Jatindi and the Katurebe to give you whatever is unveiling at Ggaba Early Childhood Development Center, where there is a mobile court for the trial of Mr. Okello Christopher Onyum. I thank you.
Uganda's High Commissioner to Tanzania, retired Colonel Fred Mwesige, has praised the cordial relations between Uganda and Tanzania, saying the strong partnership has been key in harnessing oil and gas resources through joint infrastructure development. Ambassador Mwesige notes that the oil and gas sector in East Africa is no longer a story of potential, but one of progress, execution and opportunity.
This is where regional synergy must move from rhetoric to reality. Geography has already made us neighbors, but in the situation now demands that we become international partners. This means aligning our policies, strengthening our institutions, and most critically, enabling our private sector to lead.
He was addressing delegates on the second and final day of the 11th Oil and Gas Convention at Speke Resort Munyonyo. Uganda and Tanzania are currently fast-tracking the construction of the 1,443-kilometer East African crude oil pipeline, which will connect the Albertine Graben to the port of Tanga in Tanzania.
But let us be clear, this moment is bigger than oil. It is about industrialization, it is about building resilient value chains, it is about turning regional integration from a concept into a working economic system.
His remarks were echoed by Ambassador Yohana Sefue, the board chairman of the Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation.
Uganda has ignited a promise that extends far beyond its borders. And by fulfilling that promise, requires more than production. It requires integration. The future we seek cannot be built within borders. It must be built across borders.
If managed well, the oil and gas sector will provide the foundation for broader industrialization by supporting manufacturing, boosting trade, strengthening logistics networks, and creating sustainable employment across the region, says the State Minister for Trade, General Wilson Badi.
Uganda's oil can therefore become a transformative catalyst if it is linked to the rest of the economy. The building of linkages between extractives and the wider economy can occur when domestic firms are participating in providing the inputs.
Participants concurred that East Africa is creating a new economic corridor, one that connects countries not only through geography, but through shared opportunity.
Oil is coming from the ground, from the environment, from one of the most pristine natural ecosystems globally. For present and future generations, we need to continue to enjoy the beauty, widest range of flora and fauna not seen in many places, and continue to invite others to experience this through tourism.
Dennis Ggaba for UBC.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Good evening and welcome to Behind the Headlines. My name is Timothy Nyangweso. When you look at the fuel in this country, many questions have been raised, especially the weekend that has just passed. A lot of shortages, especially when you look at the countryside on the eastern part, but also in West Nile. When you talk about districts all the way from Soroti to Busia, prices of fuel seem to be skyrocketing between 6,000 and 9,000 shillings. There are even shortages coming down all the way to Kampala. Fuel is a bloodline for the economy in this country. Talk about borders, talk about vehicles, but also in transporting goods, services, and people. And also the transporters have gone ahead to say the price of transport will go up between 5,000 and 10,000 shillings. What does that mean for you as an ordinary Ugandan? Government made promises that fuel will be here regardless of what is happening in the Middle East. Can they fulfill that promise? Because Ugandans do not care what fuel is coming from where. All they care about is the price at the pump, and is it reachable for them to make sure they move or do the businesses that they need to move. Today, we put government to the sword and also UNOC here to answer questions on fuel. Is there a shortage or is it a crisis? Have we managed this crisis better? What is the business continuity plan of government? Let's get into this discussion with my panel that is here with me. On my immediate left, making his maiden appearance here, Musa Rashid Otika, who is the general manager, the acting general manager at the National Pipeline Company, a subsidiary of UNOC there. Good evening, and it's good to have you.
Good evening, viewers. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Dr. John Kakungulu Walugembe, the ED of the Federation for Small and Medium Enterprises, is with us this evening. Dr. John, it's good to have you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, viewers, and it's always a pleasure to be here with you.
So have you felt the temperature yet of the fuel?
Not that. I think UNOC is doing a good job. So.
Okay. Seems like you're on the same page there. The parent ministry to UNOC is here. The Ministry of Energy is here, and it is represented by Dr. Patricia Litho, who is the Assistant Commissioner in charge of communication at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. She's with us this evening. Dr. Patricia, it's good to have you.
Thanks for having us. Good evening, viewers.
Next to the doctor is Stephen Kaboyo, who is the MD at Alpha Capital Limited, but also a chairman advisory board of Uganda Total Energies. Good evening, sir. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Good evening, viewers.
Lastly but not least, our Minister of State in charge of National Guidance and ICT, the Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, viewers. I'm happy to be here, and I've come with my technical officers to give you all the information you want.
So you are excluding yourself from the information?
Me, I'm giving them backup, so that you don't disturb them. They must be assured
I'm only asking
that government is here.
You can join us. The show is on YouTube there. Join us on the link and be able to have this conversation there. Drop your comment. We'll get to it at the top of the hour. But also on text and WhatsApp 0709 60 25 92. And we'll be getting to those texts or WhatsApps at the top of the hour. We're also streaming live on Spaces on X. Drop your comment there. Let's get into this conversation. Statistics have shown that this country has about 2.3 or 2.8 million vehicles. But also we consume about 6.5 upwards of fuel, 6.5 million liters of fuel per day. A lot of promises were made by government, especially when the war in the Middle East happened. But also during the 11th Oil and Gas Convention, the Minister of Cabinet in charge of it, Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa, made proclamations about this, and want to be able to interrogate some of those. Let me start with the Honorable Minister. We were here when this war started, you and I, and you gave us some assurances, especially your colleague, the Honorable Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa, where you said government is in charge. What is happening, especially looking at what happened in Busia, Soroti, all the way to the border, because the Kenyan people are coming across to pick fuel because the prices are high their side. It's also happening on our neighbors, especially where you come from in Kasese, and there are shortages there. What has happened to the promise you made?
The more you practice chair Tai Chi, the better you'll look and feel. Starts Monday, May 4th. Are you in?
Disappear for a month. On Monday, we're starting the Chair Tai Chi Challenge for men over 50. Just 7 minutes a day to boost your senior energy. Get your printable guide now.
I was laughing at my dad doing chair Tai Chi until I saw him after a couple of weeks.
My dad can't lose weight with seated Tai Chi, so it's a scam.
Oh no, not at all. He's probably just not doing it correctly. Most men try seated Tai Chi without proper guidance, and that's exactly why they don't see results. How old is your father?
He's 56.
Perfect age. By the end of the month, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's actually ideal. Seated Tai Chi was designed specifically for men over 40 who are just getting started.
Isn't the gym better for people over 40?
The gym can be hard on aging joints. Seated Tai Chi is gentle but powerful. It'll help him feel better and lose weight more effectively than anything he did in his 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
Not a thing. just his body and 9 minutes a day. The app guides him through each movement step by step so he knows he's doing it right from day one.
So what's the first step?
Click the link to get the app. It'll walk him through everything. He can literally start his first session tomorrow morning.
Remember that viral trend about dads transforming their bodies with chair Tai Chi? I was one of them, and if I could do it, so can you.
I'm 57. My son says if I want to lose weight, I need to spend hours in the gym. Forget advice from guys in their 20s. After 50, the gym only stresses your body.
So what should I do?
You should do chair Tai Chi. It's designed for men over 50, okay? Easy on the joints, strong on results.
How fast does it work?
In 3 days, you'll feel better. In 7 days, your eyes will change. In a month, your son won't recognize you.
How should we begin this journey?
Just click the link and start tomorrow.
The promise is still on, and I would like to assure our viewers and all Ugandans that we are still in charge. But you should also know that we are in a global ecosystem, and therefore what is happening in Uganda is happening elsewhere in the world. Because you should know we are not producers of oil yet. We are also depending on oil from the global ecosystem. And obviously, whenever there are disruptions where the oil comes from, it affects us. But it's not only affecting Uganda. Uganda is still at in a better position. Because you yourself, you have alluded to it, Kenyans are coming to take fuel from Uganda. The Congolese now are coming also to Uganda in Kasese. That's why most of those places are now getting shortages. But I would like to assure Ugandans, and I think UNOC and Minister of Energy will give you the statistics. I think one thing that we did good, and I think it was by divine intervention, is for us to go into direct purchase of fuel to eliminate middlemen. If we had not done that earlier, and we didn't anticipate war in Iran, but it was a deliberate government decision that we should now bypass all the middlemen, and we go for Vital, and UNOC becomes the major the major dealer with the Vital. Now UNOC gives to all these marketing companies. So we are doing well. There was some disruption, and the minister has explained why it came about. I think in Kenya, even the Minister of Energy resigned, if you have been following news. But we are still in a better standing. Since we have UNOC here, we will give you the actual statistics. And the minister released the statement yesterday, and it is in the media, giving you the statistics and the assurance. But I would like to inform Ugandans that now Vital is also looking for alternative sources of oil, and we are still in a better position.
You say we're in a better position right now, but an ordinary Ugandan is going to a pump and is failing to get fuel. I was watching stories from Soroti. A gentleman moved to 5 pumps and couldn't find fuel, but also it was taking almost between 8 to 5 p.m. for someone to be able to get fuel. There were queues just here in Kampala at a petrol station trying to get fuel. all these stories of Vital, where the oil comes from, that's not what the Ugandan is looking for. What assurance do you give them that the cost of food, the cost of services is not going to go up, especially with the price of fuel going up each and every day?
But those queues are no longer there. I think you should also appreciate that. The queues, I think, were last week, but now the queues are no longer there. The fuel is there. But we are also investigating why the queues. Because for us, we still believe there was enough fuel. But we have also found out that there were some pump stations which might have been holding fuel. We are also investigating that. But I can't be certain whether it's true or not. But we are investigating it and we suspect it. As prices are concerned, I think UNOC and the Assistant Commissioner here are going to give more light. First of all, we don't produce fuel. You know that. We don't produce oil. And you should know that I think by December, a barrel was about $65 per barrel. And now it has gone up to $120 per barrel. So you cannot, and we are lucky because we are still consuming fuel which was brought in, I think around January, which was purchased in February, when the price, the world market price was still a bit low. And we are also lucky that this time UNOC is the main importer of this fuel. Otherwise, if it was still these other middlemen, they would have even started selling us fuel of Feb, which was purchased at a lower price, at a higher price. But automatically, fuel that will come after probably April, I think the price will be a bit higher, because now, even at the world market, now I think it is around 120. I didn't check today, but it is around $120 per barrel. So you must expect some price changes. And obviously there will be a bit of changes in prices. First of all, transport charges might increase slightly. There might also be some changes in food prices. But you should also know that food prices in Uganda don't necessarily depend on fuel prices. They also depend on whether it is a harvesting period or not. So that one is also there.
But government holds the portfolio of a social contract in trust of Ugandans. Does it concern you that Ugandans are concerned that this price is running away and government is not responding to it?
No,
because
government...
You're saying we are lucky, you're saying but what is government doing?
First of all, we run an open market economy. That's what you should know. And to be sincere to you, I would like to be very frank to the public. We discouraged subsidies. That's why we survived the economic shutdown during COVID. Most of the countries which went for subsidies on things like fuel, they now have a very destabilized economy. But for us, we run an open market economy. But I would like to assure Ugandans that as soon as there is stability in Iran and the Middle East, then fuel prices will go down. However, Vital is also looking for alternative sources. And I think these technical officers are going to tell you which other countries we are going for. We are looking for alternative sources where to get slightly cheaper fuel. However, I want to prepare Ugandans that the situation in which we are, since we don't produce fuel, we are automatically going to be affected by the market prices.
And I'll come back to you later, Honorable Minister, about the comments of the President. But let me come to Dr. Patricia. Doctor, I've seen you comment, I've seen the Minister speak to it, I've also seen Tony, his colleague here, also speaking about it. Do we have a looming fuel crisis as a country? Why is this price running away?
No, as my minister has said, government continues to guarantee supply. There is existing supply There's incoming fuel as we speak, and we've already ordered for the next round that we expect in May or June. What is happening that we all need to understand is that we're in unusual times. There's a conflict, and because of the other geopolitical factors like the changing dollar, which is also associated with a conflict, we are picking fuel further off. As the Honorable Minister said, Vital is looking for alternatives. It's already using other alternatives. So there are a lot of dynamics that have changed. So automatically, when you're in crisis, something changes, you know? So behavior changes. In Uganda, just look at basic things like, maybe it's not basic, but you know, festive season. Transport changes. You go to a supermarket, it has run out. It's not unusual for something to run out. The issue is that to what extent has it run out? So there's panic buying, for instance. We've noticed that fuel that used to be, like you rightly said, between 6, but we estimate it at about $8 million per day. 8 million liters per day that we consume in Uganda. What we've noticed is that we are consuming a double that amount. 2 days stock we are consuming in 1 day. A habit, not to offend the men, but men normally drive in red. Now they are filling their tanks. People are filling jerry cans. People have tanks at home. Small industries that have little depots are filling up all these places, which habit wasn't there when people were feeling safe. Additionally, in the border towns, you've mentioned Tororo, Kasese, Kisoro. Adjumani was actually the first place brought to our attention that fuel is now at 8,000. And in Kampala, it was at about 5,400. Our monitoring team went and checked. There was evidence and things like that. And the next day, it dropped to 5. So, you know, when people sit and say government is not doing anything, we don't have to work in front of the camera. Do you see the difference? Like the minister has just said, that are the queues still there? So when these issues come up to us, we go and check. There are rumors of hoarding, for instance. We have to go and inspect. We've had meetings with the OMC to understand. So of course, if we went in and jumped in and just arrested everyone because someone claimed this is happening, the same public will come to accuse government. So whatever claim is brought to us, we investigate and see how to intervene. But one thing we must appreciate is, as the minister said, what is the cost of fuel at the moment? Like he said, from 65 in December, we're now at $120. How much is UNOC buying fuel? That my colleague, Mr. Otika, is going to talk to those facts. So automatically, this is our business arm as government. We're not going to operate at a loss. Yes, we must factor in that price. So once we bring the fuel that we guarantee is there, there's a point at which the OMCs, the oil marketing companies, must pick the fuel. So sometimes there are logistical problems along the way, some of which were there prior to the conflict, some of which are existing. But also government has contingency plans. We have reservoirs, for instance. We have Ginger that has over 30 million liters, and we are expanding it to over 40. We have Lake Victoria Logistics that has over 70 million liters. We have the Nakasongola Reservoir under Ministry of Defense. I won't speak too much into that, but we are also putting up the Kampala terminal that will be in PG. So you see, there's long-term plan, there's medium plan, there's existing plan. But also, the conflict automatically teaches us certain things that perhaps we hadn't prepared for. But in terms of supply, we insist and we know that we guarantee supply because it is there. Why are there queues? Because of panic buying. We're also allowing at cross borders neighbors. Of course, those cross-border activities are always there. Even Ugandans, when we hear soda or sugar is cheaper in Kenya, we'll go. I come from a border town, Tororo. We go and shop across. But you're limited to how much sugar you can bring. So in the same spirit, these cross-border neighbors would normally come from Congo, from Kenya, from Rwanda. You know, they come and fuel in Uganda. Now they are coming to fuel a whole tank. And as a business person, it makes business sense to sell. Government is saying, let's be patriotic. This fuel was destined for Uganda. Can we ensure most Ugandans benefit? Yes, you can trade to the neighbors, but there could be restrictions. And I know you'll ask me this, so let me just tell you, one of the measures we've already put in border points, for instance, is to have security monitor and have restrictions. We are discouraging people from buying in jerry cans, for instance, especially petrol. It is not criminal, but it's hazardous. The health and safety reasons. your house could catch fire, which could spread to the neighbors. So we encourage people to only purchase what they are going to consume. And because of these panic behaviors, because of the conflict, shortage automatically is created, and there are all these rumors, so there's generally panic everywhere, and it causes the crisis. But we're trying to normalize putting certain measures in place. If a place is rumored to be hiking prices, we go there. Like you rightly said, Soroti. Last week on Friday, I was here on UBC on the morning show, Good Morning Uganda, and a caller told us somewhere in Soroti, there's a station selling fuel at 25,000. That is criminal, yes? If even 8,000 was alarming us. So what we request the public, I even offered a number. Please send us messages, send us evidence. It's not enough to shout on social media, to shout in the media and claim these things. Where is it? Is there a contact? Can we go there? Yes, we monitor, but we're not everywhere every time. So it helps us take quick action to basically mitigate such behavior.
Dr. Patricia, why isn't government coming ahead to drive the narrative? Because you are allowing all these pockets to make misinformation to the public. Hence you're hearing 25,000, 8,000, 9,000. If you came in front of this narrative, wouldn't this help especially to create the confidence you're looking for in the public? Why aren't you doing it?
No. We are doing it. We are here. Since March, ever since the conflict, literally every week, we've engaged with the media to inform the public using different channels. Now, when someone calls and says there's fuel being sold at 25,000 somewhere, we go and investigate, to see if that is actually happening. And we've explained that our economy is a liberal one. We allow the OMCs to follow the principles of demand and supply. However, if we feel the price has gone too high, like the 8,000, we come in and intervene. And we don't have to explain every little thing. Now we are turning left, now we are turning right. No, that's information overload. We speak to what is important and necessary. For instance, the questions you're asking, that's what the public needs to know. So for instance, when the changes started happening, we saw an increase by about 200, 300 shillings, and that seemed fair. Much as people were already complaining, when you look at demand and supply, that seemed fair. And government was investigating those who had already reached 6,000 and 7,000, because we're saying this is old stock that we brought in before the conflict started. You have no business selling it at a higher price. But now the shipments we had thereafter, obviously the dollar had already gone up, so there's a little markup, and that is factored in automatically. But still, we shouldn't be seeing 7,000. So we go in and check. Yes, but we allow the forces of demand and supply. But it's happened before. For instance, I think in 2007, government came in and intervened and put a cap. So if we feel we have reached that level, obviously we'll come and say, okay, based on the Petroleum Supply Act, this is the intervention we are taking. Yes, but we must allow certain things to happen. We must observe, and for me, really, the most important thing, the public must appreciate that we are in unusual times, and a lot of things are changing. If you've been in war before, if you've been in conflict before, there's scarcity. So obviously, there are certain dynamics. In Uganda, there's a point where government was the one issuing sugar. But we haven't gotten there yet, and we'll speak to that. But already that strategy, that forward thinking, that we had government now doing the bulk purchase, enables us also control, because we know at how much we buy, and then we allow to a certain extent.
At what point, because the Honorable Minister, Ruth Nangabwa, said, especially in her first address towards the end of March, where she said, when petrol stations get out of hand to be able to have exorbitant prices, will come in to whip them. At what point do you balance the carrot and stick, but also there's a Consumers Protection Act that is really, we're not hearing you doing something about the consumer. You seem to be doing well with UNOC and supplying, but the end user is not feeling protected from any of these prices there.
The end user needs to appreciate the circumstances we are in. And the end user wants to hear what it wants to hear. What government is saying, we're in unusual times. As government, we are assuring supply. It's like assuring your home you won't go hungry. But if the thieves come and break in, as the man, what do? You must have a contingency measure, either have dogs or things like that. But it doesn't mean that your dogs go and bite everyone passing along the road. What am I saying? I'm saying that government has contingency measures. It cares about the public. That's why it ensures there's supply. Because like you've rightly said, if there's no supply and the price goes up, there's an impact. But now we are in unusual times where we are picking fuel further away. So sometimes it takes longer for the vessel to reach. But since before March we've been bringing fuel, why isn't it reaching you? Or when it reaches you, why does it run out so quickly? Those are the things we investigate. For instance, if you picked fuel from the depot this morning, maybe 100 liters or 1 million liters, and by evening or by midday you've run out, what happened? We need to check that. So like I told you, we noticed, for instance, the statistics are there, that there's unusual patches, even in the middle of Kampala, leave alone the border towns, those ones we've explained. If we used to consume 18 million liters a day, and now we are doing 16, why? People will tell you people are filling their tanks, people are bringing jerry cans. So now government is saying, we are going to come and put a stop to that, so that we don't create an artificial shortage. We have an artificial shortage at the moment, because for us we are bringing the volumes, and we are bringing the volumes that Uganda has always consumed. And some people are like, why aren't you bringing more? Because the route through which we bring the fuel has remained the same, the vessel capacity remains the same, the pipeline remains the same. So where do we put this excess? That's why we are planning ahead, building the 320 million liter storage in Mpigi. Will be called the Kampala, I think, terminal. I think Mr. Chika will speak to that. We are expanding Jinja terminal from 30 million to 40 million. We have 70 million, and we have another reservoir in Nakasongola that Ministry of Defense oversees. So there are things we are trying to put in place to make sure things are available under the circumstances. The public should bear and appreciate that government is doing whatever is possible under the circumstances.
I'll come back to you. Let me come to Ambassador Stevens.
This phone, 700K. He paid 700K. Offline, everyone knows my business. On Gigi, only me.
Why stress offline? Buy, sell, use. Gigi.
Tired of the stress and mess that is your business network? Introducing Airtel Managed Network Solutions, the cost-effective, secure, scalable, and fully expertly managed network solution that makes running your business easier with expert management, scalable infrastructure, cost efficiency, enterprise security, zero downtime, cost-effective, 24/7 support. Secure, scalable, cost-effective, managed by Airtel experts. Your network fully managed in the cloud. Lower costs, scale fast, move faster, focus on growth. Untangle your network, unleash your business. Talk to our experts today. Call 125 or email business.support@ug.airtel.com.
Ambassador, especially with the UAE, yesterday announcing that it would be leaving, withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC Plus, what does that mean? Because they have been at this with 3.5 million barrels per day. What does this mean, especially looking, we already have a crisis. Now we have 3.5 million barrels that won't be coming to the market. What does that mean for us as a country?
Thank you very much. I think that is a very good point you raise. Definitely, it is like adding salt to injury. It will distort the markets. The supply conditions are likely to be further disrupted, and that will add deeper into the crisis. But having said that, I just want to bring it back home closely, having listened to Honorable Minister and my colleague Doctor here. I think looking at the current situation, government must work closely with the markets. There cannot be such huge distance between the markets, energy markets, and the government. They must work closely together. What I see is a gap, and that gap is seen in terms of communication, having a common approach to addressing this, what I would call pain at the pump. There's definitely pain at the pump, and it's going to continue. So how do we deal with it? And I want to, reflecting on my colleagues' presentations here, I just want to quickly move into what I would call crisis mitigation measures. Because we're in a crisis. We can't bury our heads in the sand. One, we all recognize that government has done well through this centralized importation through UNOC. That's fine. It has had some positive effects, but there are also gaps in that regard. And the gaps come in the sense that allocations to OMCs are not 100% guaranteed. And an OMC may have a requirement of, say, 5 million liters, but they are given 3 million. Now, that gap creates a shortage. Of course, we know the dominant players in the market.
Yes.
I'm associated with one, but I'm not talking on their behalf. I'm speaking like Stephen Kaboyo here, as a Ugandan. Now, if you have two dominant players who account for over 40% of the market, and their requirements, fuel requirements, are not allocated fully by UNOC, they are forced to go to the secondary market to purchase stock or product at a higher price. That price will be passed on to the end user that you talked about.
Yes.
So that differential between the primary market and the secondary market adds a premium that the consumer gets to pay. That's the pain at the pump I'm talking about. Now, if UNOC was meeting all the allocations 100%, that secondary market, primary market, secondary market distortion would not occur. I think government must look at that. The second issue is allocation to market players that do not have service stations. They take product. And what product, what for? That's where now the holding issue comes in place. If you do not have a petrol station, why do you get an allocation from government? It must go to strictly those who have fuel stations. Now, that also causes distortions. I think UNOC must look at that and check it to address market distortions. Market distortions create a price imbalance. The other issue which I would like to propose here, the Honorable Minister is here, UNOC is here, my colleague is here from the ministry, is a centralized system of importation. Is good, but in these unusual times, why can't we think outside of the box and say, can we allow some OMCs a short window, maybe 2 months, 3 months period, those that have capacity to import their own product, which can supplement UNOC. We're not changing the rules of the game. We are saying this is a special intervention to address this crisis that we have. Clearly, if you forecast, and I was looking at Platts futures before I came here, Platts is indicating, Platts is the gauge that shows you price movement, active price movement. It shows very serious and steep volatility going forward. It's putting a barrel at 150 in the next few months or couple of weeks. Where does that leave us? Of course, it comes with a lag effect. The Honorable Minister here mentioned that what we are enjoying now are prices of January. But you wait when the prices of March, April hit with a lag effect. What will that do? So projections are that we could hit 8,000, 10,000 shillings a liter of fuel come May, end of May or June. Actually, when you look at Europe, in Europe, some countries in Europe, for for example, France, a liter of fuel, of petrol, is equivalent to 12,000 Uganda shillings in Europe. So who are we to remain here and say, for now we are okay, we are safe? I think we need to come up with special quick interventions, and one of them is allow that special allowance for OMCs that have capacity to import their own product, supplement UNOC. The other critical one is, and this is more addressed to the fiscal authorities. In times like this, government is proposing a tax on fuel. Now, where do we have our priorities? Do you introduce tax in a crisis period like this? Many governments have actually abandoned taxation or even reduced taxation to address this challenge. But in Uganda, we're going ahead with 200, is it 200 and 200?
Yes, 200 excise duty, 200 shillings.
Yes. So why can't we hold on to that? I think that's another issue that we must be able to look at and maybe put that on hold. The last one, again, my colleagues have talked about, is effective communication. We seem to react to a crisis. We do not look ahead and address and effectively communicate to the market so that we build confidence and discourage panic buying. Because clearly now, the communication that is not properly aligned is starting to cause panic buying. You get a call and said, go and fill up a pump at your tank at Ggaba fuel station. That's the only place that has petrol. They're going to run out in 2 weeks, in 2 days. You run, everybody runs there. They find it's finished. They say now another one is in Nakawa. That sort of action must be managed by effective government communication. Communicate effectively, way ahead of time, because you have all the information. Let's have an information sharing platforms through Honorable Minister of ICT here and information to be able to inform the public routinely on a continuous basis so that everybody is calm and is confident in the market. Thank you very much.
You mentioned effective communication, and I remember the mayor of New York, especially when the Twin Towers were bombed, came in and gave periodic updates on what was happening. But before I leave you, Ambassador, what are the likely impacts on the economy in the short term, medium term, and the long term?
Clearly, the situation we're in right now triggers widespread economic strain, and this cuts across all economic sectors. It comes through production, comes through manufacturing, transport costs, logistics, because fuel is a key ingredient in all economic activities that we do. So that creates a cost push inflation. Inflation, let's touch wood. Tomorrow the numbers for April are going to come out. I'm sure there will be an upward movement of the CPI. It's likely to accelerate as we go forward. We know the dangers of inflation, increase the cost of living of the households, but it does not only hit the households, it hits businesses. Mr. Olgembe is here, he will tell you. Businesses are going to get hit, both small and big and manufacturing. Prices of services, goods and services are going to go up. And for me, this derails the sort of the sustainable economic growth trajectory that we have been all singing about. So the worst is yet to come, in my view. And we don't live in isolation. We are part of the global economy. We shall be hit. Of course, you have also to consider this amongst other challenges we have. We have our own challenges as a domestic economy, in the domestic economy. High debt service costs, very limited fiscal space, low revenue collections. Now, this is going to add to that basket of problems. So the future outlook looks bleak in my view, and we are not in a good place.
Thank you. Dr. Wolgeme, let me come to you, especially because you have the Omuntu Wawansi. Ambassador Stephen has just painted, he has become a prophet of doom, giving us the reality of what is happening there. The people in the small and medium enterprises, fuel is a driver for their services, for their goods. Let it be import, let it be export, let it be any other place you're taking it.
Yeah.
Have you felt these shocks yet, or not yet?
No, we are we are starting to feel them, and I think we will feel them. I would say that the global supply shock that has been occasioned by the war in Iran is one that will be felt at home. Uganda is a net importer of petroleum products. It is a price taker, so in that regard, it's even a miracle that we've been cushioned so far from, if you look at bigger economies, if you look at India, if you look at the Philippines, if you look at the West, you find that they've been able to get shocked much faster. And it's almost miraculous that a smaller country like ours has been cushioned to a certain extent. And I would agree with the minister that the decision to allow UNOC to be a sole importer helped. But I would also agree with the ambassador that if we think that by relaxing this status quo to ease supply, we can to a certain extent cushion ourselves further, then that's something that should be considered. Now, for businesses, the impact is mainly through inflation. Inflation because you've seen global, of course, the price of crude globally has gone up. There's a projection it might reach 150. It has hit 115, it has come down and so on, and it's still up. And unfortunately, the cause of the problem, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, is still not resolved. So those high prices will be transmitted to us one way or the other. And then because fuel is also driving the economy, transportation and so on and so forth, it means that higher transportation costs, logistical challenges and all that will cause the prices of inputs to increase, especially for manufacturing enterprises. It will cause the prices of goods that are imported, because as a country we import so many commodities. So those commodities will start to become expensive over time. And as they become more expensive, Ugandans will start to feel the pinch. Not just Ugandans, the whole world will start to feel the pinch. And unfortunately, the central bank in these kinds of situations has its hands tied, because this kind of imported inflation is difficult to deal with because the cause is without. It's not something that you can deal with conclusively with the tools at your disposal. So we must state clearly that businesses must prepare mentally that this shock will hit them. You see, we had this kind of situation when we had the 2008 financial crisis. When the financial crisis hit the West, it hit our businesses here in 2011. I remember I went to Parliament. Someone who had been servicing a loan, maybe say they were paying 10 million. Now they are being required to pay 20 million. You know, so these kinds of things sometimes take time, but in the end they hit us. So I would say that businesses must be mentally prepared. Of course, UNOC is assuring Ugandans that, because if UNOC again was also coming and saying the situation is bad and so on, it would create panic. So what the approach that they're adopting of assuring Ugandans is correct, but it's also important that we tell Ugandans that they make the right calculations. And I see very many countries starting to advise their citizens to kind of cut down on consumption and to change, to make certain lifestyle choices that will help reduce consumption in the country. So what I would urge is that as a country we must also warn ourselves and say this situation might be here for some time. let us start to... Hoarding is one thing, but hoarding is not sustainable. You know, you can fill that tank and so on. But if you maintain your level of consumption, of being wasteful, then it won't help in the long term. So I would say that now is the time to actually warn Ugandans and say, you know what, UNOC is doing its best, and but you as a business owner, you must also do your part to ensure that you're able to manage those dynamics within the business. I also wish to comment on the issue of the tax proposals. Of course, these are proposals that are meant to be effective starting 1st July. So my advice would be that before these measures come into effect, it would be nice that this is a measure that can be paused, maybe for a couple of months until the situation stabilizes. Obviously, for government, it would also be a huge shock to its revenue, because this tax on fuel brings in very easy money next to pay as you earn. So for them to say we are holding it, it means that government itself will be shocked. Where are you getting money to fill the gap? But it's something that they should consider for the overall health of the economy, at least in the short term. If by July these issues still pertain, my advice would be please consider halting it for 2 to 3 months until the situation becomes more stable. But for businesses, my advice would be that we have to tighten our belts, and businesses are already feeling the heat. And for the businesses that are feeling the heat, for the consumer, not so much. But in a couple of months, you'll start to see these kinds of inflationary transmissions start to hit people's pockets.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me come to Rashid. The minister referred to you, and also Dr. Patricia referred to you, so it seems like you have all the answers. So let's start from there. The first that came in March was you had fuel worth 21 days, that was diesel. 26 days of petrol, 40 days of jet fuel. The most recent that came through was you had 283 million liters of fuel, worth 60 days for petrol, 51 days for diesel, jet fuel worth 38 days. The most recent at the oil and gas conversion was 163 liters for 67 days petrol, 200 liters for 60 days diesel. What do you actually have?
Yeah, thank you. And I think I will start from the point of acknowledging the fact that I think it was a very good move by government to empower UNOC to import the petroleum products on behalf of the country. And when that responsibility came to us, huge as it was, we were strong, because with the support of government, we partnered with the global leader in terms of trading of both petroleum products and crude, and that is Vitol. Why? Because we were sure that with their presence all over the world, it guaranteed us supply. And if you notice, it's easy to forget, but we had a good seamless transition. That's because of the capacity and the assurances in terms of supply that we benefited from our supply partner, young as we are. Don't forget, we've just been implementing this mandate just above 1 year. We're yet to make 2 years. Now, in terms of stocking, the way it works is every day the stock position changes. Every day. Why? Because every day we are loading around 230 trucks of fuel from Western Kenya to come into the country. Every day. Every day we are monitoring the movement of the vessel. Where has this vessel reached? So the figures that we submit to the ministry are not wish list. These are figures that are interrogated in our meetings with Vitol. We meet twice a week, and in those meetings we identify where has this vessel reached, has it loaded or not. Until a vessel loads, we cannot account for that stock. So it's like having a supply of water. You have your tank at home, it's full, but National Water is still supplying. Now, once your tank goes down, for as long as you have continuity of supply, you say, I have water. Until National Water comes and says, we don't have water anymore, that's when you can ring a bell. Where we are, Vitol has given UNOC, Vitol has given the government of Uganda assurance that with regards to supply of petroleum products for Uganda, there's continuity. That commitment has been delivered both in writing but also in the engagements. They've come here and discussed that. So we want to assure Uganda that as far as supply of petroleum products is concerned, we are guaranteed. We have stocks. Where we speak today, when I look at the figures, as at this morning, we have more than 2 months of supply to sustain us, more than 2 months.
So now, of course, May and June. Eh?
May and June.
Okay.
Of course, you'd ask yourself, okay, if we have supplies, how comes when I go to the station, there's no fuel? It happened to me as well yesterday. But that only comes because of the logistical arrangements. So in any supply chain, you have the movement of goods, but also there has to be a replicating movement of information to feed into the logistics that we are seeing some kind of spike. Please send more. Now, whereas we bring the product all the way to Mombasa, all the way to Dar es Salaam, all the way to Jinja, all the way to Mahati, what has been happening around the border, like you've mentioned yourself, the information has not been coming back quickly. Now, of course, you mention and say, how comes Shell, Total, name them, are running out? It's because, for me, of two things. One, the business principles. Whereas the market is deregulated, there are business principles that we hold ourselves accountable to. Vitol has demonstrated that by not raising their prices to us for the products that we committed to import. Like the minister has indicated, we are delivering January and February demand right now. Any other supplier would have said, things have changed, it's not business as usual, so my price is going to change. Vitol has maintained their price. What we have done as well as UNOC, based on the responsibility we have to Ugandans, as instructed by the government, is to contribute to the lowering of the pump prices. So every time we are invoicing the oil marketing companies, whose responsibility now is to distribute the fuel to Ugandans, we put that into consideration. This price that we are going to give the oil marketing companies, how are they going to transmit it to Ugandans? Where we see there will be a significant impact, we lower on our margin that we make to make sure that the impact on Ugandans is not as heavy as possible. Now, once we give them the price and we notice that what is being reflected in the market is not what we expected, of course we reach out to the ministry and say, hang on a second, we see that company X, the price they are selling is not the right price. In some cases, we talk to them ourselves and say, hey, what's going on? The batch we've given you should not be reflecting the prices you're showing there. But what has happened because of the narrative is, when we planned, we didn't plan for our neighbors, because our neighbors are supplied by the Kenyan system. Now, because there's fuel in Uganda at a cheaper price, the neighbors came in. Now, when the neighbors came in, of course, because they don't have fuel in their country, they are able to buy it at any price. That's why, for the first time, you will see that a small station down in my village in Kitgum has a higher price than the big players we know. Because in most cases, they are supposed to be following the big players. But at a point where they know, I have bought all the fuel from that Shell station, I have it with me, I'm going to sell it at any price. So when you go there, the fuel is not there, and you end up buying from a smaller player at high price. So all I can say is that in terms of supply of petroleum products, we want to assure Ugandans, as has been submitted by the minister yesterday, we have ample stocks to sustain us. The key challenge is, of course, the pricing is not going to be the same. As has been mentioned by the minister, we're in a global village. What government has challenged us, and we're working with our supply partner, how can we smoothen that effect on Ugandans? And there's a level to which you can do that. So far what we've done is we've remained principled to say We bought based on January Platts, we will give it to you based on January Platts. Now, when March, April Platts come on board, that is around July onwards, what are we doing to make sure that the impact is not heavy on Ugandans? We are thinking about it, of course, we're brainstorming. We have some ideas, but it's only going to be able to be implemented to the extent that the war stops. If the war continues, definitely, yes, you can smoothen out, but there's a level whereby it will catch up with you. So in reality is, as far as Uganda is concerned, our neighbors look at us and say, we are a role model of what has happened in terms of supply of fuel for the nation.
How significant would the change be? Because you mentioned July, you also mentioned a few things there that as you take a back seat, especially on the price there, to be able to cushion the Ugandans. But the question I want to put to you is, what is your prediction for July, especially for Ugandans, if you can give us any numbers in your projections there?
It's not easy to easily project. All I can say is that if we were not doing anything about it, maybe the price right now would have been around 7,000 shillings on a pump, around 7,000.
Wow.
But because we have cheaper product, when you mix there's what we call weighted averages. When you mix cheaper product with slightly expensive product, you're able to bring that down to around 6,000. So those are the things that we're trying to work through. But there's a level to which probably, if the war continues, definitely it will catch up with us in that we'll have exhausted all our cheap product, and now what we have is the expensive product. But between now and then, there should not be any reason for panic. Like the minister has said, if you buy product and keep it in your home, first of all, it's not safe. But secondly, there's a limit to how much you can keep.
And I'll come to the communication question that the ambassador mentioned there, because you have very many good things you're doing that Ugandans are not aware of what you're doing. But let me ask, what is, and Dr. Patricia is here, what's the understanding between UNOC, Ministry of Energy, and the biggest, and the players in the market? Because you just mentioned an example, it's hypothetical, but petrol station X, because it's a big player, is buying from and then holding to when the price goes up or dictating the price. What agreement or what arrangements do we have with these players in the market?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So I'll start. The way the supply chain is that we have Vitol, who's a supplier, and then you have UNOC, who's the importer, the primary importer. Between Vitol and UNOC, we have an agreement, and that agreement stipulates at what price Vitol can sell to us. And the biggest component of the cost of our product is the international prices. Between UNOC and the oil marketing companies, we also have an agreement. Not all of them. There are those who have signed up to us. And it's wholesale. You must have the financial capability to pay us on time, so that we pay Vitol on time to ensure there's continuity of supply, right?
There's a lot of on time.
Yeah. So that's what has kept the fuel flowing. Now, UNOC and the oil marketing companies, we are regulated by the ministry. Yeah, UNOC and the oil marketing companies were all regulated by the ministry. What is happening right now because of the situation is that we're having routine collaboration on a weekly basis. We update the ministry, this is the situation of supply, and this is how we expect the pricing to be going forwards. And the ministry engages the oil marketing companies to say, we are watching, we know that UNOC has given you based on these plots, and we do not expect you to exploit Ugandans. What I mentioned there, if I can clarify, a very organized oil marketing company will have clear principles. My brother or sister, who has a small station, who has been selling 200 liters a day, all of a sudden sees a huge demand, people are asking. And you know, the way fuel works is that you just need to have 2 or 3 people ask the same question. I need 1,000 liters. I need 1,000 liters 3 times. All of a sudden, there's an opportunity. And of course, we know that with businessmen, whenever there's an opportunity, you put in the money. So my sister will come and say, by the way, lend me some money, I've seen an opportunity. When they go and buy that fuel at that low level, they're going to sell at any price. And that price unfortunately, that's why the social media will pick up and say, this is where the market has gone. But that's not where the market has gone. If you look at the market, you look at the average prices of the major players. That gives you a clear indication of where the prices are.
Finally, before I go back to the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister, Ruth Nankabiro, mentioned that UNOC is looking at different sources. What does this mean, and what impact does it have on a Ugandan, especially going to a pump?
Thank you for that. I think we were discussing, and there's always a saying that don't put your eggs in one basket. When we were negotiating with Vitol, it came out very clearly, why is government forcing or arranging for UNOC to work with only one partner? Why not have multiple partners? I'll give an example. In a neighborhood, we have, not only in a neighborhood, Ethiopia, Kenya, mention them, they have multiple suppliers. The benefit we have with our supply partner is that they are globally present. So you have, yes, one supply partner, but globally present. So today, for example, the vessel that the fuel we're consuming, the petrol we're consuming today, is coming from Europe. Yeah, that is a different supply source. The diesel we're consuming is coming from all the way from India, sometimes all the way from the Americas. They are able to source. Why? Because they appreciate the fact that government has entrusted them. Because when government was overseeing the agreement between UNOC and Vitol, it was very clear this is not a normal agreement. Vitol were handing over the responsibility of supplying Uganda to you, but through UNOC. Yeah, to you, but through UNOC. So they appreciate that responsibility as well, to make sure that at least at all times we have fuel supplied into the country. So they are able to source from all over the world and make sure that we have fuel. That's why we say, with regards to supply, there should not be any panic.
Okay, let me read some feedback before we take a break. I'll come back from the break to meet the minister there. Timothy, thank you for the show. Uganda's government is more of a business than a service delivery. They're enjoying fuel prices to increase because many officials benefit from it. This is teacher Simo Julius from Katete. Okay. Drilling fuel in Uganda is now becoming like musician songs, which every year they are singing about. I remember they said in 2023 we would be enjoying our fuel. Last year again by March. Will there be fuel? Will our fuel right now still be there, or we do not know when the transporting or it's to other countries will happen? I know Uganda is with money, and the person puts emojis of crying there. Timothy, thank you for the show. The Honorable Minister, please ask him about the President's remarks when the war escalated in Ukraine, that Uganda should avoid eating bread and resort to cassava, so that the time when there is it's a suitable alternative, now that in Serere fuel costs 15,000. I think, Dr. Patricia, you need to take note of that. Someone is making a claim that in Serere fuel is at 15,000. It's unfortunate that you guys keep coming on TV to fool us. Fuel prices are going high each day, okay? Good evening, Timothy. This is Pade from in Toroko district. I would like to hear an assurance from the State Minister of ICT and National Guidance if there is any hope for the high prices will one time end, since in Uganda oil was discovered long time ago, but some Ugandans not sure when to start benefiting from it, because here in Toroko, a distance which was usually 1K of a border is now 3,000 shillings. Something like that. Thank you. Okay. Finally, before we take a break, Ggaba here from Isinjiro says the US Secretary of Energy says fuel prices may not drop before 2027. In Uganda, that does not sound like news. It sounds like a policy by default, because here fuel prices go up quickly but rarely come down with the same urgency. Already prices are about 12% higher than last year, and every increase is passed on directly to the citizen. What is the national strategy for the energy security? I think that is Dr. Patricia here. Where is the urgency on alternatives? Where is the protection for the taxpayer who carries the entire burden? We are told to be patient, to understand the global markets and to adjust. But to adjust without policy direction is not resilience, it's neglect. If leaders know fuel will remain expensive for years, then the real question is, what exactly is being done different today to protect Ugandans tomorrow? Or we are simply managing a crisis we have no plan to solve. This is Ggaba in Isinjiro. Okay? Quite pertinent questions there asked. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll delve into solutions moving forward.
By strangers. Save yourself from insults. Use the Momo app or dial *165*3# to pay and enjoy zero charges below 5k. That's the power of Momo.
It's back, bigger, and with more business opportunities. It's the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo, Poate 2026, Uganda's flagship tourism event. Poate 2026 will take place from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026 at the Speak Resort Convention Center, Munyonyo, under the theme Wanderlust. It's your time to thrive. Yes, it's your time to tap into Uganda's renewed optimism and tourism growth. Tourism stakeholders, travel trade partners, and tourism enthusiasts will be part of the Poate 2026. Come and network with like-minded people and unlock new business opportunities. To participate, register at www.poate.co.ug. Poate 2026 is brought to you by Uganda Tourism Board and partners.
For decades, farmers have battled the persistent threat of ticks and tick-borne diseases. These diseases lead to animal death, reduced productivity, higher costs, and lower farmer incomes. But today, science, led by the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, delivers a breakthrough, the NARO and-Tick vaccine, a proudly Ugandan innovation funded by the government of Uganda, is poised to transform livestock health and strengthen economic prosperity. It will reduce tick infestation, lower production costs, increase productivity, and open new opportunities for regional trade and export growth. His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, will on Thursday 30th April 2026 officially launch the NARO and Tick vaccine and commission the production plant at the National Livestock Resources Research Institute at Nache Sasa in Wakiso District. There will be a live broadcast of the event on UBC TV starting at 10 a.m. As well, live updates online. Please note, attendance is by invitation only. Announced by the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO.
The government's commandate is to maintain law and order, safeguard citizens' rights, and provide essential public services.
Remember, one of the pillars of a roadmap is innovation and entrepreneurship.
There has been this question of how are you protecting our indigenous seed?
It's going to be a tall project that answers somebody's question.
The Front Bench has brought you insightful discussions on governance, security, healthcare, justice, and commerce.
When you go through this complicated procedure, involve the lawyers, you bring the case against him, the judge will hear you out and pass judgment, and you're out of court in record time.
We remain committed to keeping you informed and engaged on key national matters.
So these are huge, these are powerful organizations which now Uganda chairs. Why don't you come together?
If we haven't migrated to the e-card because of various reasons, including that not all the people of Uganda have smartphones.
You can sit in your house, apply for a passport.
If you have a Ugandan who has a successful logistics firm in the US, it means he can come to Uganda and do a lot more.
Every Monday at 8:30 p.m. with me, Jethro Kasaiji, your interface with the government only on your public broadcaster, UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
Welcome back from that quick break here on Behind the Headlines. My name is Timothy Nyangweso. We're talking about fuel, especially the rising prices that would affect your pocket, but also affect the economy for all of us. It is not just an effect for the country, but also the region and the globe at large. There are also some things we'll be bringing to sight even as we go on. But let me read one message so that I can give Dr. Patricia and the Minister to respond to some of the things that have been raised so that we can dig into this show further. Dear Timothy, thank you for the current situation. I believe the following measures should be taken. Immediate action between 0 to 3. Monthly active enforcement strategy reserves to ensure UNOC maintains a release that is mandatory of 21 days of stock to stabilize the supply, prevent panic buying. Current reserves are standing at between 22 and 30 days of national cover. Diversify import routes, accelerate fuel import through Dar es Salaam, Tanga, and to reduce over-reliance on Mombasa and the KPC pipeline there. Notably, Kenya itself requested fuel from Uganda during the March-April 2026 disruption, underscoring the need for alternative routes. 3, police to arrest and deal with those and investigate those who are hoarding fuel and sanction oil companies found to be hoarding or re-exporting fuel to create artificial shortages there. I think that Dr. Patricia mentioned. Introduce temporary tax relief. Consider suspending some taxes and levies there, which currently make up approximately 31% of the pump price, to cushion customers as the global oil prices reach $86 to $90 per barrel. This is Santon Ojara in Gulu City. Thank you very much for that. Dr. Patricia or the Honorable Minister, quick comments before we take on our next round of questions. I'll start with the Honorable Minister. You wanted to respond to some things.
I think one thing which Ambassador here talked about, which I've taken note of, is closing the communication gap. And indeed, we shall work closely with the Ministry of Energy to see that we close that. Because we have platforms where we can post information. Anytime we have the media center now, we have Government Citizens Interaction Center, and then we have UBC, where we have really a lot of opening, where we can give a brief nearly every morning, Good Morning Uganda, so that people can know what is taking place. I would like to assure the viewers that that one we are going to do. We shall work closely with the Ministry of Energy, then UNOC, to see that people get daily information, daily updates, and then they can plan very well. Advising citizens on lifestyle, we have started doing that. We have started advising citizens, for instance, use one car. If you are all working in the center of town, and probably the children are on that route, just use one car, husband and wife. But you know, using 4 cars coming from the same home, going to the same place, may not be very convenient. We are already on social media and other platforms advising people. On the taxation, the 200 shillings, obviously the excise duty amendment bill is already passed, but you know, this is government. We are monitoring the prices, and we shall always we shall act appropriately where we see the prices are shooting up. I may not give you any position now, but as government, one of our responsibilities is to ensure we protect the citizens, and then we also make money. Because we need taxes to keep moving, but the citizen is also a very important person that we need to protect. And I think one person is talking about when are we getting our fuel, our own oil out of the ground. The latest I have is last cabinet, the minister briefed us, and he says technical commissioning will be at the end of July. And by the end of the year, probably we shall have the first barrel out. However, what people don't know is that it's crude oil. That's also something you should know. Because people think as soon as it comes out and then we shall take to the pump stations. No, what we are going to get out of the ground is crude oil. So we have to send it for for refining in the refinery. We haven't put up a refinery yet, but the minister has already updated us that probably in the next 3 to 4 years we shall have a refinery built here in Uganda, and therefore we can be able to process. And one person was saying, you know, last time the president said, if you can't get wheat, you should eat cassava. You know, people made a lot of, they were making a lot, about, should I call it noise, about the war in Ukraine and then the scarcity of wheat. But the war is still there. And I haven't seen any change. People are eating chapati as usual. And
Honorable Minister, allow me add to the person's comment there, because I think over the weekend the president mentioned and said, where are you going? You stay home. So really, people have to go out and make a living. Do those comments...
No, I think he didn't say that people who are working shouldn't go. But people who are moving to... You know that people come to town just to come and see what is taking place. Yes, I'm telling you. You know me, I was a mayor of a town. And I used to move around the Kasese town. And I would meet someone seated in the veranda of someone. And I ask, where did you come? He came from Kirembe just to come and see what is to come and listen and see what is taking place in what? In town. At the end of the day, he's not even working. And then, obviously, he was also talking about people who are moving for pleasure. And he was also saying, he was also actually trying, I think it was some sort of lifestyle, sort of audit. You should audit your lifestyle. If you used to go to Munyonyo every weekend, you know that there is now that additional expense of fuel. And if you are moving with 10 vehicles, go with what?
With one.
With one. But you know, our president is playing. So sometimes people misunderstand him. But he was saying, don't go to town if you have nothing serious to do there. And I would also like to reaffirm re-echo that, please don't go to town unless you have something which will be taking you there. These are the issues of diversifying the import routes. I think we are working on that. The minister, the Honorable Canon Dr. Ruth Nangabira, you know, the minister has so many titles, so you have to mention all of them. He has been in a meeting. She has just come back from a meeting, and they were looking at all those diversification of routes. So it's not really, and then what other alternatives? We are not sleeping. For instance, now we want to go, we want to introduce electric buses to do town service, and that one is being negotiated with the Minister of Science and Technology and Minister of Energy. And you should know that there is now a company now manufacturing, I think, assembling electric motorcycles. So all those are interventions which we are coming up with as government. So we are not really sleeping. And there is now a company which is producing ethanol. And I think the ministry and UNOC are trying to see how, what do you call it? Fuel blending. I think we call it fuel blending. I think it is the percentages which you are still having problems. The UNOC and the Assistant Commissioner can talk about it. But all those are now things we are thinking about. Can we blend with ethanol? Can we now devise people to go for electric motorcycles, which are already being assembled here? Town service, can we now introduce electric buses? Because the Kira Motors says they have 10 buses which are now ready for town service, and they want to see how far they can go. But we are also trying to build now charging stations, so that if possible we should even import electric buses as an alternative.
What does this crisis or this situation mean for national security? Because I don't know if you move around as much, but you'll find an exodus of people walking to town, an exodus of people walking back. You have recently also been, you talked about a number of people that had been arrested with petty crimes there. Does this concern government that, especially with how expensive life could be, people could resort to crime?
Timothy, government has a responsibility of protecting people and their property, and so all those petty crimes, we know that they can arise out of that, and we are ready. We are ready for it. All the security apparatus is ready for it. And let me tell you one thing. Uganda, one thing why NRM is still surviving in power is the issue of security. Everybody, even if you go to your grandmother in the village, you will vote for Museveni because he has brought what? Peace. So there we can't compromise on matters of what? Of security. Yes, people might be walking now because probably transport is a bit expensive, and that's why we are saying you have to change some lifestyle. By the way, also Ugandans have become a bit, I don't know. You know, in Kenya people walk, and you see, but Uganda here, even when I'm coming from my office at ICT to UBC, I jump on a border. I jump on the border. I don't know why we have changed that type. That lifestyle is also not what? Not so good. People are no longer used to walking. But before the advent of these borders, I used to work on 7th Street when I in the 90s. And I was sleeping in Kololo with my brother. I used to walk from Kololo to 7th Street to work every day and come back walking, and I didn't see any problem with it. So we have to change our lifestyle in such a time of crisis. And this crisis is not exclusive to Uganda. It's everywhere. It's everywhere, and Uganda is still standing at even in a better position. That's why people are coming even to purchase fuel from here. Okay. But we pray that this war can end. But just as Ambassador said, even if it ends today, we shouldn't expect the supply chain to improve immediately, because I think you are following what is taking place there. Refineries have been what? Destroyed. Carriers have been destroyed. So it will also take another 1 to 2 years to come back to normal. But we pray that the war ends, and then we can be assured of recovery as soon as possible.
Thank you. Dr. Patricia, you had some to respond to, then my question will come after.
Yes, so like Honorable Minister has emphasized, Uganda is not cushioned from global shocks. That being said, we are managing the situation, and something that doesn't look like a blessing has actually protected Uganda. The fact that we are landlocked or land-linked, as we these days prefer to say it, meant that we always planned ahead. We didn't know this crisis was coming, but there was a choice made by government to bring UNOC on board. And much as the question that was asked seemed to insinuate that government doesn't have strategy, government has several strategies, UNOC being one of those strategies. So you see, what we do is that we continuously supply. Yes, and that I was sort of, well, it wasn't my question, it was Mr. Tika's question. You asked him the other day, you claimed this, you got exactly how many liters do you have? First of all, people consume fuel every day. So if right now I'm telling you I have 169 million liters, tomorrow morning there won't be any. Because even just the few of us here are possibly going to fuel if we find it. On our way, we already reduced the stock. So we have that in mind. So that continuous supply that UNOC does, yes, and that is why we are able to tell you that in March we are bringing 119 million liters. Next week I'm bringing so much. In June I'm bringing so much, because we pre-order, because we've overseen that. Another strategy is to diversify the routes. And I don't know how many times we need to say this. We actually have a diversified route. We have Mombasa, that is the more frequent one, and I think people know the Kenyan route better. But we also have Tanga through Mutukula. Actually, this weekend from Friday, most of the fuel we were getting was from the Mutukula route. So we have that diversification. We've also said we have the strategy of having reservoirs that I mentioned earlier. The one in Jinja, the Lake Victoria Logistics, the Nakasongola one, and the new one we are building. That is strategy. That is looking forward. Thinking of, let's build a reservoir of 320 liters, and yet the ones we have at the moment are 30, 70, you know. So that is someone who's forward looking. But also the constant question of fast oil. We are now eventually going to produce the technical commissioning on 31st of July, and then the rest will happen. And then when in 3-4 years, when our refiners are ready, that fuel that people say, can't it work now? Like Minister said, it's crude oil, so we still have to send it out. But once our refinery is ready, then we can also refine. That is strategy. The centralized supply, where I said UNOC is strategy, the centralized supply, that way we can control, we can watch the price, as opposed to competing sources. That can look like a short-term solution now, but what does it mean for the pricing if we diversify? So it's something we need to think about. Active market monitoring that we are doing, that we said earlier, and people perhaps feel we are not doing enough, but me, I'm saying we're not working in front of the camera. We're actually going out to resolve these issues with the regulatory oversight, monitoring, like I gave you the example of Ajumani, and the next day the price dropped from 8,000 to 5 overnight because someone reported, gave us photographic evidence. So when people call and say it's 15,000 here, where in Serere is this? But we'll go and do a wild goose chase. Sometimes you don't find. Of course, if people have wind, we are coming. But you know, we rely on such information to also cross-check the regional and cross-border demand. So we've brought in the management, yes, that let us bring security and regulate what we were not regulating before because of the crisis we have in the border towns that we shared earlier. So we are saying, yes, you can fuel, but you can't take away bulk, you know, because we have the most favorable price in the region. You shouldn't deny our citizens. Of course, business people are not happy, but you see, this is stock we brought for our country, and we need to respect that. I've talked about the medium-term, long-term energy transition plans, the domestic oil productions, refinery, the biofuel blending. All these are strategies. And actually, what the fuel blending is supposed to do is to reduce consumption eventually. So it gets cheaper. If I fill my tank today, like the car I drive, sometimes I go to work in Entebbe, sometimes, you know, I'm in Amber House, each week I might need to fill my tank. But if I buy blended fuel, which we actually already have the market, he said is associated with Total. Total has been blending. There's that other one they call, I forget the name. There's the other fuel that they sell more expensively at the petrol station, but it's already blended fuel. But it's cleaner and it takes longer. I don't know why the name has disappeared. There's a name they use, but anyway, there's that other fuel that is already blended. It is cleaner, but it also covers you a longer distance. What would cover 1 kilometer will cover 3 kilometers. So as we blend, and already we have 2 facilities in Mutukula and actually Malaba, we've set up blending facilities there. So eventually it gets cheaper. Yeah, you might not feel it at the pump price, but you'll feel it. Oh, these days my fuel takes longer, and yet I'm covering the same distance. Those are some of the strategies. The Honorable Minister talked about the transition to e-mobility. One of the first charging stations, which was a pilot, is at Amber House, in front of Amber House. We test out these things. As a policymaker, we test out, we recommend, and we push for the policy. And now we see so many charging stations coming up. And you already said, Minister of Energy is working with other ministries to make sure that this works. So that is forward-looking plan. And there's so many contingency plans. So to claim that government is not strategic, it has no policies. How did all this happen even before the conflict? It means government is strategic, it looks ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Ambassador, you have something to comment?
I just wanted to pick it up from Dr. Patricia here, what she said, government being strategic. I think a crisis like this brings to light one key aspect which we should not allow to fall through the cracks. Strategic reserves, strategic national reserves. I think we need a conversation around that. This is not the first time we have gone through a fuel crisis, maybe not of this magnitude, but previously. To be very honest, I don't think all of us have done well in terms of building strategic national reserves, because times like this, one of the immediate government responses would be to release some strategic reserves. You hear Trump threatening, says if prices go out of range, I'm going to just go and release our strategic reserves on offshore. In Texas or where, and that will bring prices down. In Uganda, I think we should be honest enough to say that we have not done much to build those stocks. I don't know the level today, but my point here is Honorable Minister and Dr. Patricia and perhaps my brother from UNOC, let's think strategic national reserves and build adequate stocks, because they say crises like this happen, they are cyclical. There will be another one which you may not be able to project now, but if we do not, I think the number I last saw was, is it 20 million in ginger? If at all, 30. Maybe 30. Is it actually there?
Is it functional?
Is it functional, or there's zero stock? So anyway, that's not the issue. My issue is long-term planning to mitigate future sort of problems like this. Patricia here talked about Kampala storage terminal. That conversation has been around for quite some time, but we don't see traction. So it's good to have plans, but execution. So I think we need to be a little bit more serious and be able to implement some of these blueprints that we have for us to be secure, supply security going forward.
Energy security. I know there are 2 comments here before I come back to you, Stephen. Yes, Rashid.
Yeah, I think in terms of planning and strategic reserves, government has been innovative. On the one side, what you can do is to get money from the treasury and buy, say, 100 million liters of fuel and keep somewhere. I say, don't touch it until we call on to it when there's a crisis. Crisis will happen once in 5 years, so there are lots of risks there. what government has done and what has been instructed to us as UNOC is it has facilitated a conversation in our agreement with our supply partner that the building of additional stockholding capacity is of national interest and had to be committed to. So that commitment is there in our agreement to the extent as has been mentioned that the ginger storage facility is being increased from 30 million to 40 million. Now someone will ask, only 40 million, what does it do? Besides that, what we're doing is to increase on the equipment so that there's operational efficiency. That 40 million liter facility can be used to turn around 80 million liters, because from a trading perspective, we'll be holding stocks in Ginger, holding stocks in Mahati as indicated, and then holding stocks as well in the Kampala storage terminal. Now, whatever has come in here into the country, remember, has been imported by UNOC. So by default, it's government property. So it is reserves, not using funds from the treasury, but being innovative enough to say, can we just ensure we have stock holding in the country today, tomorrow, and for the future, when the refinery comes on board and we're able to receive the refinery product in the Kampala storage terminal. So I think for me, in terms of building of reserves, we are on a good traction. We're on a good traction to the extent that the challenges we faced with loadings in Western Kenya were mitigated by the trucks, as has been indicated, coming from Tanga, Dar es Salaam, and Mutwara, all the way down close to Malawi. Those are all the alternatives. So they help. This field which came in was supposed to be filling up the tanks in Ginger, but because of the need, we release it into the market. So today when you come to Ginger, on one day you'll find 8 million liters, on another day you'll find 2, but because there's always replenishment, on another day you'll find 20. So I don't want the public to have this perception that government has not done anything. We have been innovative, it is contractualized, and we believe that in the short term we're doing so well, but also in the medium term, because of the additional capacity we are building, the innovative approach is, instead of having strategic fuel reserves bought by money from the treasury, that money has been left for other use, and we will have stock holding enough to cushion the country for a longer term.
Let me come to Ambassador Stephen. Ambassador, a conversation we were having when we were in the break, especially on the dollar versus the petrol there, it has been going up. That means also the purchasing power of a Ugandan also drops there. Read us into this situation there, but also what more can we do? Because since 1971, it's been the dollar with the petrol.
Yes, Timothy, there is a very strong correlation between the greenback, the dollar, and oil prices. They move basically in tandem. And in crisis times like this, whenever there is pressure on oil, the correlation even becomes much stronger. Now, what that does on highly energy import-dependent countries, it increases their import bill, and that means dollars. So you need more dollars to import the product. So that creates a demand in the domestic financial market. So you'll see a lot more demand, but supply remains what it is, and that imbalance creates a weak currency. That's why you have seen, since the crisis began, the Uganda shilling has been under pressure.
Yes.
It was, if you take the last 2 years, relatively stable. Uganda shilling was even trending as the strongest currency in Africa. But come February this year, we have seen it on the back foot. And that is not likely to stabilize soon. Of course, you know the implication of a weak currency. it feeds inflationary pressures. So we're going to see elevated inflationary pressures going forward. Tomorrow it will be very interesting to see the numbers for the month from UBOS, but clearly inflation will go up. Then of course now we'll see a response from the central bank by trying to tighten. Tightening means higher interest rates. It has a fiscal implication. So this scenario that we're in is likely to derail stable macroeconomic indicators going forward. So that is another problem on its own going forward. So if you look forward, where is now our tenfold growth that we're talking about? It's off track. For how long? Nobody knows, because nobody can tell you now that the crisis is going to end tomorrow.
Yes.
Nobody has visibility over that. So really there are so many moving parts, and it's hard to figure out which direction, but clearly we are in for a very rough time going forward.
You painted a very gloom picture there, but what can an ordinary Ugandan do, especially with a circumstance that you have no measure on how it stops or how it starts, but also it has effects that it affects you as an ordinary Ugandan, especially in the pump. Whether you're traveling to which part of the country, there's a price, because the transporters have said it will hike up between 5,000 and 10,000. 5,000 for 80 kilometers, 10,000 for more than 100, and further to 20,000. What should a Ugandan do in that sense?
I think that really the issue is to tighten our belts, manage with what you have, because there are so many exogenous factors, things that are not in your control. And I don't think even the authorities, both on the monetary policy side and fiscal side, have control of what is going on. So we are there in this space, but the issue is really to live within our means. If you look at players, government must live within their means, cut down expenditure because the taxes are not going to come if there is no economic activity. Now, of course, at a personal household level, again, it's austerity measures that one has to take into account. If you eat 2 loaves of bread, maybe buy 1. So it really cuts across, because it affects both businesses, households, and government.
You didn't mention something, because we talked about the UAE withdrawing, something that I wanted you to comment about, because its withdrawal, its impact, but also what silver lining it produces, especially in the oil market there.
So for me, the issue is the shift in stability. OPEC is seen as it is a club of players where different plays or different movements affect. Some players can say, today, I'm going to withhold my supply. I'm going to increase depending on the market dynamics. But if you get somebody completely pulling out, it's like a block is one element in the block has come out. It leaves a gap. Now it's too early to read what is likely to happen, but it's clearly it has sent shivers across the Spain, and we are yet to see how others are going to respond to this.
Thank you. Dr. Holgembe, you mentioned imports, especially in our balance of trade as a country. What does this mean for the outlook of business? Government has been suggesting 6-7% economic growth, tenfold strategy, as Ambassador Stephen mentioned there. When you paint a picture come the next financial year, is it as rosy as we expect it to be, or how much has this crisis impacted it?
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to make a comment on the petrodollar system. I think Stephen touched on it, but I just wanted to mention that since around 1974, Saudi Arabia, which has been the largest oil producer, agreed with the US to price its oil exclusively in US dollars. So this has given the US dollar strength and a vantage point as a global reserve currency, because every country that imports oil desires to have dollars. This has given the US great flexibility in terms of its economy and monetary policy. Now what we've seen in this conflict is that for the first time Iran was demanding that ships pay in yuan. So this is not just a war about oil, it's also a war on currency. So the US sees that its petrodollar system has worked very well since 1974 is under attack. So that's why it's a fairly complex war to resolve, because it's not simply about geopolitical issues, it's also about economic interests. Now that also brings me to the decision by the UAE to withdraw from OPEC. It's a cartel formed in the 60s. UAE joined in 1967 as one of the leading members of that cartel. Of course, they help determine price through agreeing on quotas, supply quotas, and so on and so forth. So UAE would like to produce more, because now that there's global demand and the price is high, they want to be able to benefit from that now, because they are not sure that in the next so many years the prices will remain that high. So they feel that this cartel is unnecessarily restricting them. Also, they are having this geopolitical disagreement with Saudi Arabia, and they think Saudi Arabia has excessive influence over the cartel. So they want that freedom. And the US has been encouraging UAE to leave. So, mind you, the UAE is not a member of this cartel. So at the moment, it's actually making a lot of money because it can ramp up production as it wishes. So UAE is looking to the US and saying, why not? But for now, it doesn't make much difference, because UAE, even if it wants to export, the strait is closed. But long term, maybe if they ramp up production, it might help stabilize the global price of crude faster. Now, in terms of our macroeconomics, there are many issues that are likely to be of concern. One, the supply chain disruptions I talked about means that the cost of doing business for businesses will go up. Inevitably, some businesses will choose not to proceed doing what they do, which means government will collect less tax. The inflation will create headache for government. As I mentioned, the central bank will try to arrest it, but it will be in vain, because this is really imported inflation. So central bank itself will be in a catch-24. Also, when you have such periods, we have reduced foreign direct investment coming into the country. We have reduced remittances. You know, we have a huge number of our people in the Middle East. So considering that the war is there, many of them are not sending as much as they would send. So that creates problems for us. We cannot export as much because of the cost of exports and disruptions and so on. Portfolio investors will choose to retreat back into the safety of the US dollar. So that's why you see that to a certain extent the US dollar is strengthening, because they are like, you know, we can't keep our money in Africa or in other regions during such times. So it creates all kinds of issues for the economy. So that undermines some of the assumptions that were made when we are talking about the tenfold growth. So what I would say is that, in fact, if I were in the finance ministry, before I would rush to have the budget passed, I would make certain reviews, because the circumstances have changed. You see, if I'm still a minister and I'm organizing a wedding tomorrow, and then tomorrow I'm not, I must call back the budget and say, we should reduce the number of guests. I'd intended to invite 1,000, I'll have 100. So a review of the budget would be in order, not just for this year, but also we might want to look at the medium-term expenditure framework so that we see what is achievable given the circumstances in which we operate now. It's not gloom, because Uganda has tended to weather these kinds of crises quite well, as you see with the petroleum supply. Countries like Kenya, which are much bigger, you see they have been fidgeting a bit. So I think we hope that Uganda will manage this situation, but it's going to be a difficult one.
Thank you. Finally, Rashid, I know you're not a politician, you're a technocrat, but how do you restore or raise confidence in the public? Because you are really the supplier here. How do you restore confidence? You've given us good figures, you've really given us the process for us to understand, but the public out there is thinking about the pump and what is going into their car, their borders, or their livelihood of a taxi. How would you give them confidence that their livelihood is not about to be put between a rock and a hard place?
Yeah, I think it's tough. It's a tough one, but they say the best lessons come from history. If you remember the story of Joseph and Egypt and the harvests, when
7 years of plenty.
7 years of plenty and then 7 years of challenges. I think we're in those 7 years of plenty because people are coming to us. So ideally what it means that as Ugandans, we should follow the guidance given. What UNOC will continue doing with the support of Vitol is to bring in the fuel. Should we consume everything that comes in? That's the question. Should we consume everything that comes in? So probably, as has been submitted, if we cut down on our consumption from the 8 million liters a day to maybe 6, it means that we are building our stock holding in the terminal in Jinja, in Mahati, just in case the war continues. So at least we have some stock in the country. But if we continue to just sell to the neighbors, the good thing, by the way, is that there are some vessels that have come through in our neighborhood, Kenya, 3 vessels this week, and we believe that that is going to reduce on the pressure on our stocks. The only maybe flickering will be because of the price issue, but in terms of stocking, Kenya is going to be well stocked. So and Kenya supplies as well our neighbors. So in terms of stocking of the product, the region is going to be well. But should we consume everything? Because like I've indicated, what UNOC with the support of, with the guidance of government and with the support of Vitol, what we can do has a limitation. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't cross that red line. If we manage our consumption now, it means that all this fuel we've talked about, the 200 million liters of diesel, the 163 of petrol,